to understand. He was betrayed by a friend, arrested and falsely sentenced to death. He was beaten and whipped. A crown made of thorns pressed into his head. Bearing the cross, he stumbled and staggered up the hill to Golgotha. Each step of the journey getting worse, spit on, cursed, and mocked. But Jesus never looked back. He kept going. Jesus could have avoided the cross, called down fire from heaven, or summoned legions of angels to rescue him, to save him. But Jesus was not interested in saving himself. He was all about saving you. Every detail of this torturous path to the cross was part of God's plan to bring you to him. We're all broken. We've all messed up and have all made wrong choices. And no one had to teach us as a baby about anger and selfishness. We just came out that way, sort of a sin covering. But on the cross, with his blood he shed, the Bible says Jesus blotted out our record of sin, nailing it to his cross. The blood of Jesus washes away our sin covering. And his blood is our ticket to enter through a new door, a forever relationship door with God. So what do we do with this great news? The Bible says if you confess with your mouth that Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. You see, it's not enough to believe in Jesus with just your head. You must believe with your heart. Now, there's just one person alone at the foot of the cross. It is you. What will you say to Jesus? Say, thank you, Jesus, for shedding your blood for me. I'm giving you my heart today, Jesus. I do believe you died for me and that you were raised from the dead for me. Please give me a new heart and a new life right now. God hears you, and he is answering your prayer. The love of God is being poured out within our hearts through the Holy Spirit.
All right, guys, this time I got it perfectly. Let's get it. Well, thank you guys. Sorry, it's taken us so long, and we keep saying, oh, the video will be tomorrow, and then it's tomorrow, and then it's the next day. But with all these bombs that Amish and Charles keep dropping, I'm surprised there's United States left, right? With all these biblical things we're coming out with. But so where to even begin with there's so much I don't even know where to begin to tell you where we're going to cover, but there's a lot. We're gonna do something a little bit different. Some of you guys are from seeing Ministry Revealed in the 14 years, and there's quite a few people that ask us questions about what 14 years? What do you mean the differences in the Gospels? So I'm just gonna, and this is gonna tie into a lot of the stuff we're doing today. So I'm gonna actually go over first a few key differences in the Gospels, and then Amish is going to talk a little bit, and Charles is going to, and it's just going to keep feeding into some amazing understanding and revelations that we have. So,
hey, Mike, I just want people to know up front in this video that we have identified the beginning and the ending of the 70 weeks of Daniel to the day. This day is tied and cannot be changed from Tishri 1 of this year. We will show how the 7 completes the 70. We will show how Anna helps confirm this date and how her 84 years confirms our 14-year seals and trumpets understanding. We will show how the metonic cycle that Charles went through in our last video is completely confirmed in Scripture. We will show that the book of John is not speaking to the 144,000, but instead is a historical account of the days of Yeshua and John. And we will show that the differences in the Gospels as they relate to the discussion of fasting and the feeding of the 5,000 and the 4,000 prove that we will see the escape in less than 2 weeks. That's what you're in for in this video.
Mic drop. All right, video's over. No, I'm just kidding. All right. So, I guess I will. Charles, do you want to talk about anything what you're going to talk about today, or you want me to just begin?
No, just go ahead with what you're gonna do, and then I'll do my little intro when I begin my portion.
Awesome. All right, guys. So again, I'm just going to show some differences in the Gospels. And as you guys will follow along, you'll see how they're going to come into play later on, um, and how it's just going to lead and take this thing home. So first things first, I put together, and I'll make this for anybody who wants to view it. I know Amish, Charles, y'all won't be able to see this, but they will. I put this together, and then Charles has an amazing chart he put together. We just have a lot of things we'll make available for you guys. This is just the differences in the Gospels lined up, and with the stories inside of them telling the difference. And that's what I'm going to be doing today, is just going through some of this stuff and just answering some questions from some commenters that are interested and excited about learning. Uh, so with that being said, I'm just going to start with some main differences real quick. I'm going to go into We're just going to start at the end, and I'm going to start with the death of Jesus, right? And we're going to go to Luke 24:1, or actually, I'm going to start with the resurrection of Jesus, and then I'm going to do this little amazing little tool I found out, this little button at the top here, guys. If you guys have seen it before, it's a little split button for those who have eSword. So it'll let you compare two different gospels at the same time. So this is going to make it really easy for what I want to show you guys. So starting with the resurrection of Luke, and what we're going to talk, while we're saying that there's differences in the gospels, we're going to lead you guys to understand that there's not a 7-year tribulation. There's a 14 years that's coming to play. And a lot of people think that, oh, it's 7, everything's jam-packed, and they don't realize that the Jews are about to get knocked out of their land for 7 years, and we're going to go into that. So what we're stating here is, for those that haven't watched Ministry Revealed or followed along, is that Luke is speaking to the bride of Christ. It's a lot of Luke is going to be they, those. This will come to them. That will take place. It's almost like a group's excluded from all this that's taking place. Mark, you're going to find out, is the sleeping church instead of the bride of Christ, the sleeping church, and it's going to be a lot of they got to do this now. They're going to go through this. This is going to happen to them, and you're going to notice that language. Matthew is going to be a mixed. It's to the Jews. It's going to be this will come to pass because there's going to be fulfillment that needs to take place for them, and it's going to be this has to happen to them, and this is what they're going to go through because they were not watching as well. And I'm not going to go into John because John's a whole nother awesome discovery that we're still working on, but Amish is going to drive it a little bit home later on. But we're just going to start in the book of in Luke 24, the resurrection story. You're going to see here it's talking about, and I'm just going to go through it very quickly, but this Excel I have, I'll make it available so you guys can download it. You can see the notes, and it's a little bit more in-depth reading that you guys can go through and add to yourselves and check it out. But you'll notice where it says, early in the morning when they came to the sepulcher. It's saying when they came to the sepulcher. Again, notice the they. It came to pass as they were much perplexed. The word perplexed here, you go down here, and it's doubt, to be in doubt, much perplexed, like what's going on, right? Because the body of Lord Jesus is not there, and it says, behold, 2 men stood by in shiny garments, right? And they were told the Son of Man he must have fallen in the hands of sinful people. And he's saying they return, go there and return and say these things, that the Son of Man had risen, and go to the 11 and to all the rest. The word rest is the remaining ones, the residue, the remnant, those who were left behind from the previous escape. Notice this is Luke, right? And then they go tell everybody who's left, the remaining one. And when you go to Mark, now again, this is the bride, this is they. When you go to Mark, there's no mention of the body of Jesus in this gospel. There's no mention of it, right? It's because the body's gone, because this is the time period of seals now. Luke is pre They don't go through any tribulation. Mark is a time period of seals, 7 years. And you're going to notice that they say Jesus is risen, right? But don't be scared, but go your way and tell the disciples and Peter, right, that Jesus is before you and he'll meet you in Galilee. Well, notice how it's Peter who Jesus said, upon this rock I will build my church. Peter is a direct representation of the church, right? So you see the church and the disciples in the time of seal still, right? And that's important, but there's no mention of the body. Now I'm going to go to Matthew real quick, and we're going to do the same thing, the resurrection. Well, let me click this. Matthew, the resurrection. And you'll see here now that he is risen, right? The Lord is risen, but it says, go tell the disciples he is risen. Why? Because in the time of trumpets, the church age is now over, and it's only the disciples, those that are with Jesus at this time period. Peter, the church is now gone because the bride went first, then the time of seals fell, church is gone. Now trumpet is for the Jews, and these are the disciples that will be remaining, right? So again, pre, mid, and post, right? So we're just going to go on. I'm going to go ahead and jump to, click this. Another type in shadow is the road to, no, I don't want to go to road to anime. I'm going to go to the crucifixion. The crucifixion is a good one for you guys. 23:36. Let me switch it up. Get Mark. Mark is 15:21. So this is the crucifixion for the time of seals, and this would be the crucifixion for the bride of Christ. Now notice it says, notice here again, now, like so I said with Luke, you're going to see the word, the days are coming, like right here, behold, the days are coming in which they shall say, blessed are the barren, and for the wombs that never bear, and for the paps that which never give suck. For shall they begin to say, notice the words, mountains fall on us, hills cover us, for these are the days where the testing is going to be taking place, right? So this again is he's separating a group, saying these days are going to come, but they haven't got here yet, because Luke, the bride of Christ, will not go through this, right? And Jesus says to them, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do, because the church group is still here and they still haven't come to being warned. The 7 churches getting warned. People are going to go out and tell them, and they're going to still get a chance to understand what they've done wrong, right? And then fix it. That's why the time of the church is seals is for the time of the sleeping church, the testing for Gentiles to come in. And you'll notice in Mark's crucifixion for the church, there's no mention of a group missing it. They're going through everything. It's not, he's not giving them an excuse anymore to the Father, saying, hey, they don't know what they're doing. It's no, they're going through the meat of it. And the same thing takes place in the Gospel of Matthew for the crucifixion, for the death of Jesus. For the crucifixion, same thing's taking place. They have to go through it, right? But then I want to show you the death of Jesus for Luke and the death of Jesus for Matthew. In Luke, he says, Father, into thy hands I commend my spirit, meaning to be placed alongside, right? That's very different than what Mark says. Mark says, God, why have you forsaken me, right? Which means to be left behind, forsaken, right? To remain over, to forsake, to leave. This group is left behind. This group was placed along the third heaven into the Father, right? Matthew is going to say the same thing. Why are thou forsaken? Why am I left behind? Because both the sleeping church and the Jews are not paying attention, right? So you got a group that's, again, missing everything, and you got a group of sleeping church going through seals and Jews going through trumpets, right? And I would show you Matthew, but it's going to say the same thing, so I don't want to delve too long on this. Jesus before Herod. Now we're going to look at the robes. Again, the robes tie in very keyly because you'll notice in tribulation, the 2 colors you see going through tribulation, right, are purple and scarlet. Those who are drunk on the wine of fornication. You don't see what Luke's put into. Luke is put into, in his, what Jesus gets arrayed in, is a gorgeous robe. See this word, gorgeous robe, right? That means white, radiant, bright, magnificent, gorgeous, clear. It's a beautiful robe. Then we're going to go to Mark. Mark is 15. Let me clear this out and do this. Mark 15. And then we'll put this one, Matthew 27. All right. In Matthew, Jesus is put in a scarlet robe. And then in Mark, Jesus arrayed in a purple robe. Now, this in itself, either they're all colorblind or there's a reason why the Gospels are saying different things. Either some people are illiterate and colorblind and they're just lazy, right? Because people are like, oh, Gospels are meant so you can pick, which one you like the best. Luke or Mark speaks best to me. Matthew speaks best to me. He's more of a love and no, they're all speaking to different people, different timelines, different groups. And we're just going to beat this home today so you guys can really see and understand that there's a reason why every word is different in the four Gospels. And it's because it's a different time, a different group, a different setting. And now I'm going to go to, let's just show you this. Jesus prays on the Mount of Olives right here. Luke 22. 22. 39. Mark 14:32. All right. So you're looking at Luke and Mark. And in Mark, and Jesus is praying in Luke on the Mount of Olives, and Mark is Jesus praying in Gethsemane. Well, what's going on there? You think they just wanted to name it different, or do you think there's a reason? Right? And this is when the disciples are up on the mount with them, and then Jesus is going to go off to pray, and he finds them sleeping. But notice the difference in Luke's group, right? He says, when they entered this place, he says to them, pray that ye enter not into temptation, because the bride needs to be praying always to be accounted worthy, so we don't enter temptation and fall behind with the world. Right? Then what's he do? He goes away, he prays, an angel appears to him from heaven, strengthening him. The angel's only mentioned in Luke. Right? And when he comes back, right, from them, he sees them sleeping, but he doesn't scold them. He says, why sleep ye? Rise and pray, lest ye enter into temptation. Notice he only goes away and prays once, right? In Mark, he says unto them, my soul is exceedingly sorrowful. Tarry here and watch. So Mark's group is being told to watch, but Luke's group wasn't, right? Because Luke's group, the bride, is already watching. Mark's, the sleeping church, is not. So they're told to watch, right? Then he goes away and he prays to the Father, and he comes back and he says unto them, Peter, Simon, sleepest thou? Could you not even watch for 1 hour? Watch and pray, lest ye enter into temptation. The spirit truly is ready, but the flesh is weak. He's scolding him. He's like, you couldn't even watch for a single hour? This is why they're left behind, right? So if I go to Matthew here, Matthew, the same thing, 26:36. Right? He says, and notice the words are different here, where he's asking Peter and the sons of Zebedee to come with him, right? Because my soul is he's exceedingly sorrowful, and he asks them to tarry here with them and watch with him, right? But nevertheless he goes away and prays, and he come back and he finds them asleep again. He's like, what, you guys couldn't watch either for 1 hour? He's like, pray, pray so you can be accounted worthy, but they're not. Right? Because both Mark and Matthew's group are not watching and praying. They're not paying attention right now. Right? So they're going to be left. Right? And I'm pointing these out in this way for a reason, because I'm going to go to what people love. Right? No one knows the day or hour. That one. So let's go here and we're going to show you why. Right? We're going to go to Luke 21:34. 21:34. Notice here, lessons of the fig tree. Then it says, watch yourselves. And I'm going to point this out. So now we're going to go to Mark's group. 13:32. 13:32. Notice here, lessons of the fig tree. Lessons of the fig tree, Luke. Watch yourselves. Lessons of the fig tree, Mark. Seal, sleeping church. No one knows the day or hour. Why? But of that hour knoweth no man, right? But the Father and Son. Take heed, watch and pray, for ye know not when the time comes. You know, why is he saying that to them? Because they are not watching. Those are the ones that say, yeah, I believe in God, but God's love. He's not going to send us to prison, hell. He's good. He loves everybody. There's only heaven. There's no hell. Well, we all know, people here watching, that that's not true. You go to Luke. What does Luke say? He says, don't get caught up in the cares of this world. Don't get overcharged. Don't worry about what's coming on the world. He's saying, to pray, don't get caught in the drunkenness. For as a snare, it shall come upon them. Again, them. This group's excluded from everything that's going to come into place. Them. This is going to fall upon the face of the whole world. So watch ye therefore, and pray always to be accounted worthy to escape all these things, and to stand before the Son of Man. Well, Mark doesn't say that. You know what? And then neither does Matthew. You know why? Because the Jews aren't watching either, right? The Messianic Jews, there are 10%, there's two churches of the Jews, the 10% they are watching, right? But the majority of them are not. And what's it say for them? It actually gives a whole different type, a different story. It says, but as the days of Noah, so shall the Son of Man coming of the Son of Man be again. Because the Noah story is going to play out in Luke, and it plays out in Matthew, but not Mark. So this is why this one's different from Matthew. But he says, for as in the days that were before the flood, they were eating and drinking, giving in marriage, up until the day Noah entered the ark, right? But then it says, watch therefore, for you need not know the hour the Lord come. But know this. He's saying, but if you'd have known what hour the good man was coming, and you would have watched, you wouldn't have been left behind, right? Your family wouldn't have been left behind, because if you would have been watching, this wouldn't have happened to you. So do you think there's a difference there? Do you think, oh, well, Matthews is right, because he's got a whole lot more meat in his paragraph than Luke has. Luke has this little tiny section. It doesn't say no one knows. Mark's is a little bit smaller than Matthew's, but you know what? I'm going to pick Matthew because I like his the best. No, there's a different time frame, different periods for all the groups. Coming of the Son of Man. This is a good one. This is going to be a good one. Let's see here. Coming of the Son of Man. Luke. Let me go to Mark 13. Coming of the Son of Man. This is going to let you guys know that he's coming, but he's coming 3 times, and this is going to prove that it's pre, mid, and post. Pre, mid, and post. Pay attention here. The coming of the Son of Man in Luke. There shall be signs in the sun, moon, and stars, and distress of the nations with perplexity. Remember this word perplexity, right? Quandary, perplexed. I hate when I hit topics. Look it up, right? They're bewildered, right? They're perplexed. When was that mentioned before? Well, it was, guess what? When the body of Jesus Christ was gone. Perplexity. They were perplexed, right? The same words being used here. The seas and the waves roaring, right? For they shall see the Son of Man, and then they shall see, right? So it's saying, and then shall they see the Son of Man. They, the group being talked about here, the Son of Man coming in a cloud, single right here. And this word in means inside the cloud, right? So only those that are aware are going to see them. You look here, this time, what do you see? But after the tribulation of those days, what? After tribulation of seals, for those days shall they see the sun shall be darkened, the moon shall not give her light, right? And they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds. Notice here, clouds, cloud, right? But it's in the cloud still. It's inside. See the same word? This word is, when I click in, right? It's in. Pay attention to that. In the clouds, right? And he shall send his angels to gather up from the 4 winds, right? So then They're going to see him coming with great power in clouds, and then there's a gathering, right? Well, we know a great multitude that goes after the sixth seal, right? That's what this is fulfilling. This is after the time of seals. And then I just want to go up real quick. I'm going to go to the destruction here. No, I'm not. I'm not going to do that yet. Matthew, let me go to Matthew real quick. Coming the Son of Man, 24, 29. Look here. Immediately after the tribulation of those days. So, okay, so we still have after the tribulation of those days, right? Shall the moon be darkened and not give her light? Almost like it's talking about the same thing. But then it says this, and then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. Wait, this is different. And shall all the tribes of earth mourn, and they shall see. Why is it tribes now and not Gentiles? There's a big difference, right? It's a whole nother group being talked about. But they're going to see the Son of Man coming, in the clouds. Again, but the word, it's plural here. But this in is 1909, which means on, standing over. So instead of it being inside, hidden, he's now on for all to see, right? And he's coming with great power and glory, right? And it's also the great sound of a trumpet. So we know when that is, guys. We know that that's the last trump, whenever the archangel shouts, that great day, or, where, those that are alive and remain are gathered to him in the air. That is a totally different time frame. So what I'm just trying to get for you guys to see is just that there's clearly something happening here. And it's not a coincidence that they now and going to pass, right? It's future, it's pre, mid, and fulfillment of scriptures at the end. Let's go into, we're just going to do a couple more signs of the end times. Let's look at these real quick. 13:3 Mark, 13:3, and then we're going to Matthew 24:3.
That's a pretty good overview, Mike. Should we save some of those for the end?
I'll finish it after this, brother. Sign of the end, sign of the end. All right. So Luke doesn't have a sign of the end. There's no, he doesn't. There's why, only Mark and Matthew have this, so it's very weird, right? But then if you look at Mark for the time of seals, it says signs of the close of an age. Well, what's that age? It's the church age, right? And this says the close of an age, and this is the end of the age. The end of what age? Before the millennial reign. So if you look at Mark, it says, for many shall come, right, saying, I am the Christ, but be not deceived. Why? Because Jesus isn't coming as Jesus Christ. He's coming as the Son of Man for 40-day warning. And I'll go into that later because I don't want to take up all the time. But it says, for nation shall rise against nation, kingdom against kingdom, right? And there shall be earthquakes in diverse places, right? And these are the beginning of sorrows, right? And it's telling you, brother shall be against brother and father against father. Well, and this is when the red horse rider goes out during seals, right? When everybody's against themselves. But you don't have that talking about in Matthew, right? Because John the Baptist comes 6 months before Jesus will come back to finish his 3.5 year brain farting on the word in ministry, and he's going to bring the families back together. So this is clearly talking about a different point of time. These constantly come about, and I have a whole Excel. Like I said, I'll make it available for you guys. Other than that, if that doesn't give you some type of grasp that clearly there's different time periods being talked about, I don't know. I don't know what else I could beat it in your brain. I could do that like 15 to 1,000 more times. Okay, that's an exaggeration. But I will stop now, and there's going to be a great fish story that Amish is going to talk about here, which is the feeding of the 5,000s, or is that Charles? One of you two, which is going to go into even more detail, the differences, and you're going to see how it ties all back into the dates where we are right now in the time frames. But mainly I wanted to give you guys that overview so you can see why we're talking about different gospels, why there's different periods. It's 7 and 7. But go ahead, Amish. Who's next?
So Charles is going to go over his understanding of the feeding of the 5,000, and then later I'll get into the differences in the gospel when I cover that on the feeding of the 5,000.
Okay, are we ready to go over this now?
Hit it.
Okay.
You're on, Charles.
First, before we begin, I'd like to offer our brother Alan on Ministry Revealed, offer him our well wishes and our prayers. I know his mother has gone through surgery, I believe yesterday. From what I'm hearing, she's recovered, but definitely we should all be praying for her and his family. Alan's been a dear brother to all of us, and he's been there for us. So if each of you could take some time and keep Alan and his family in your prayers this evening, that'd be great. Thank you so much. So what I'm going to be teaching about now is the stories of the fish, as we know, in Luke, Mark, and Matthew. There are the three stories in each of the Gospels, and like what Mike was talking about, there's differences. And I had taught this segment a few months ago on a different channel, but we're going to bring that story back because we have even greater understanding and more in-depth details of what's happening. But just as an overview, what I want to tell you is what we're going to learn is this. What we're going to learn in Luke is that Luke, being the gospel spoken to the bride, the story in Luke is speaking about the escape of the bride. When we read the fish story of the 5 loaves and the 2 fish, it's literally going to be speaking to the escape of the bride. When you read the stories in Mark, it's going to be talking about those that have been raptured, because Mark is for those that are raptured during the seals time. After seals, they get raptured. And then the story in Matthew will be talking about those that are during the time of trumpets, after trumpets is finished and the Lord returns to earth. It'll be speaking of those that are brought to Christ at the end of trumpets. And there's some great details that are significantly different in each one of the Gospels that you can clearly see that Luke, Mark, and Matthew are talking to a different group of people at a different time, and it's a completely different event. You'll see the escape in Luke, you'll see the rapture in Mark, and you'll see the return of Christ in Matthew's time. So that's what we're going to kind of go over now. And because these stories involve the fish, what I want to share with you is the Aramaic word for fish, which is noon, and even in Hebrew, they use the word noon too. Maybe a little slightly differently, but it's similar. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and we're going to go ahead and and get into the meaning of noon first. Right now, well, that's not the right thing. It's going to be, I think, here. Yep. Can you see noon now? Can you guys see that, Amish?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So when you get into the letter noon, it's both in Aramaic and Hebrew. It's the same letter. You notice how it has the crowns on the top, and we're going to talk about how those crowns on the top of this letter came about. Actually, they were put there by God Himself, and Moses talked to him about that, and we're going to see that a little bit later on in this teaching. So let me go on to the first point that we're going to make about the letter noon. And that's going to be right about here. The mystery. Oh, my battery is running low. Let me get my computer plugged in. Sorry, guys. Give me a second. Okay, that should work out. Okay, so the mystery of noon, it talks about, according to the sages, noon is said to represent both faithfulness and the reward of faithfulness. Now, isn't that what we learned in Hebrews 2, that those who diligently seek Him are rewarded? Those who diligently seek Him are rewarded. And that's what the letter noon actually means. And the reward for faithfulness, okay? And there's three different ways to write the word noon or the letter noon. When it's upright like this, it stands for those who are upright, the righteous one. This stands for and, meaning it could be both. When it's bent here like this, it's for the faithful one who is bent, or the ones who are kneeling. It says, Rashi said that this orthography suggests that the one who is humble before God will stand upright in the final day. Okay. And then it says, the world itself was made for my sake. Humble yourself in the sight of the Lord, and he shall lift you up. And so that's the one who's bent over in faithfulness and bowing down to Christ. Now it says in Aramaic, so again, it's showing you that this is also the same word in Aramaic. In Aramaic, the language of the Talmud, the word noon means fish. And so that's why we're getting into these fish stories, because now we have a greater understanding of the fish stories and the letter noon and the crowning of the letter noon, as we're going to see coming up here in the next segment I'm going to put up. When you go down to, let's see, number 6, it says, noon is the 14th letter of the alphabet, which equals David, the forefather of the kingdom of Israel. The heir to David is Mashiach ben David. So there is a tie-in to the letter noon to the Mashiach, which is Christ, the lineage of David. And so when we get into this teaching a little bit deeper today, you're going to see how all this is going to tie together. Here in number 7, it talks about the crowned letters. In some Torah scrolls, 8 Hebrew letters are given special adornment by attaching 3 crownlets to them. Collectively, these letters are sometimes called, and I can't pronounce that word, but the letters that have crowning on them are Shin, Ayin, and we're going to learn about Ayin today, Tet, Nun, which we're studying right now, Zayin, Gimel, and Zaid. And it says, when Moses went up to God, he found God sitting and putting little crowns on the top of the letters of the law. He said to God, who is it that forces you to put crowns to the letters of the law, which you have already written? He replied, a man is to appear on the earth after many generations, Akiba B. Joseph by name, who will expound for each top of every letter of the law heaps and heaps of rulings. So these little crowns on the top of Nun and some of these other letters, actually through Moses, we're finding out were put there by God himself. And so we're going to get into a greater understanding of that when we get into these fish stories and then the segment that Amish is going to teach. So with that, let's get into the first of the fish stories, and that's going to be found in Luke. And so that's going to be Luke 9:10, where Jesus feeds the 5,000. So like I said, we've taught this before, but this time we want to put it into perspective as to when is this story happening? At what point in history is this story of the 5,000 being fed being told? Like at what point in the Bible is it being said, and what part of history, or what year could it be, or what's the date? And the story right before there is Herod is perplexed by Jesus. And what's going on? It says, now Herod the Tetrarch heard of what was being done, and he was perplexed. There's that word perplexed again, because that it was said of some that John was risen from the dead. So now we know John's dead. Before this story begins, in the fish story of the 5,000, we know that John the Baptist is dead. And it said that some said that Elias had appeared, and others that one of the old prophets was risen. And Herod said, John have I beheaded, but who is this of whom I hear such things? And he desired to see him. So we know just prior to the beheading, just prior to Jesus Christ feeding the 5,000, there is this story that we know that John has been beheaded. And so do we have a handle on when John was beheaded? Do we have a time frame for that? Well, we have an article here, and I think I have it in one of my tabs. Do I got to share the screen again once I've taken it down like that? Yeah. So let me try to share the screen again real quick. Okay. Can you guys see that now? So we know that John the Baptist, you know, if we were to put it in today's modern date, as of today, the equivalent would be September 11th this year. So back in those days, it was around this time of Tishri, because September 11th is right around the time when Tishri is coming about. So we know that when we read this story now in Luke, that John was beheaded just right around the time of Tishri. It might have been a couple of days before, a couple of days after, but we know if it was put into today's terms, it would be 9/11. Okay, September 11th. So let's go on with this story here and go through the whole teaching. So Jesus is feeding the 5,000, and we know John is already dead at this point. And it says, and the apostles, when they were returned, told him all that they had done, and he took them. Now, understand what we're going to teach here. What we're trying to teach is that this is the escape. This is those who are about to escape, which we're proposing will be the time of September 11th this year. Okay, 9/11. And the apostles, when they returned, told him all they done, and he took them. Who is the apostles? Most likely the bride. The bride that's about to escape. And what did Jesus do? He took them. And what did he do when he took them? And went aside privately into a desert place belonging to the city called Bethsaida. Christ took these apostles and he took them away privately. When we escape, it's going to be a private thing. The whole world's not going to be involved in the escape. They'll be here after we've escaped. They'll watch us escape. They'll be wondering what happened to us, but it's going to be a private thing between us and the Lord himself when we escape. And he took them to where? Bethsaida. What does Bethsaida mean? Let's go find out what that means. In Aramaic, it means, Bethsaida means the house of the fishermen. The house of the fishermen. Now, there are some other variations of how that's translated, but in essence, it does mean the house of the fishermen. Who's the great fisherman? Whose house are we going to? Where did he take them? Bethsaida. He took them, he's taking us to his house. He's the house. He's the house of the great fisherman. He's the great fisherman. He's taking these apostles to his house. And it says he took them. And it's telling you where he took them. The house of the great fisherman. It's clearly the escape. This whole first sentence here is clearly the escape. And watch, it even gets further down right here. This is the part here. And the people, when they knew it, when we knew we were escaped, when the people knew it, they did what? They followed him. And he received them, and he spake unto them of the kingdom of God, and healed them that all that needed of healing. What does it say? And the people, when they knew it, when they knew what? When we knew what? When we knew that we had escaped, when we realized that he took us to his house of the great fisherman, we followed him. And he received us. He received them. And he spake unto them of what? Where did he take us to? The kingdom of God. He's now taken the bride. We followed him. Where? And he's speaking of us about what? The kingdom of God. And what does he do? He heals them of all that needed healing. Anybody who's sick, anybody who has any disease or infirmities, broken arm, broken leg, cancer, what have you. Once he's received you and speaking to you of the kingdom of heaven, and he's taken us to his house, the house of the great fisherman, he heals us. Whatever was wrong, whoever was sick, whatever you've had, he's healed you now. This clearly is the escape. And as we progress through the story of Mark and Luke, and I'm sorry, Matthew, you'll see how it all ties together. So let's go a little further down. And what does he say? He said unto them, give ye them to eat. And they said, we have no more but 5 loaves and 2 fishes. What are these 5 loaves? How many churches are there? When you go to the book of Revelations 2 and the book of Revelations 3, it says there are 7 churches. And it clearly tells us 5 of those churches are Christian churches. Those are the 5 loaves. And 2 of those churches that it mentions in the book of Revelation, they're Hebrew churches. Total of 7 churches. And why is this important? Why is it that the Hebrew churches represent, or the fishes represent the church, the 2 Hebrew churches? What did we just learn about noon? Noon is an Aramaic word and a Hebrew word. And the original Christians, back in those days, they were Hebrews, but they were converted to Christianity, correct? So the fishes here represent the two fish represent the 2 Hebrew churches, which is noon. And that's exactly why I showed you the noon when we started off this story. So the 5 loaves are the 5 Christian churches, and the 2 fish represent the 2 Hebrew churches. Okay? And what does he do? So there's about 5,000 men, and he made them sit down in a company, in 50s in a company. Wait a minute. He's sitting them down to what? To eat. And isn't that what Christ does when we read the other chapters in Luke? He sits us down to meat, to eat. He's sitting down his bride where? Where's the bride sitting down? We're sitting down to eat with him at the wedding feast of the Lamb. That's exactly what he's doing here. The people who have followed him, the people he's taken us to his kingdom and healed them and took us to the house, his house, the house of the great fisherman, he's now sitting us down to eat. This is the wedding feast. This verse right here is the wedding feast of the Lord. And what happens next? And he took the 5 loaves, the 5 churches, Christian churches, and the 2 fish, the 2 Hebrew churches, the 2 Hebrew churches that are Messianic churches who have come to Christ and believe in Christ during these times. Okay. What's he do? And he blessed them. He blessed them. And he brake and gave the disciples to set before the multitude. This is a type and shadow of him blessing the 5 Christian churches and the 2 Messianic churches. They're now they're eating, and he's putting a blessing over them. Where? In the kingdom of heaven, in the house of the fishermen. He's told us where this is taking place. And what's going on here now? And they did eat and were filled. And there was taken up of fragments that remained to them 12 baskets. When we're escaped, there's going to be people here who remain, who are left behind. That's what he's telling you right here. And there was taken up of fragments that remained to them 12 baskets. Why is there 12 baskets? Because he just dealt with what? The 5 Christian churches and the 2 Messianic churches. What's left? Why 12 baskets? Because that's the 12 tribes of Judah. What he's saying is there's those that remained, and then there's 12 baskets. The 12 tribes have remained. They were not escaped. He's only dealing with the 5 Christian churches and the 2 Messianic churches. But out of all 7 of those churches, not everybody escaped. Not everybody in the church escapes. It's only going to be some of those who he calls his apostles, some that he calls his disciples. Those are the ones he's going to escape from the 5 Christian churches and the 2 Messianic churches. Those are going to be the people that escape. There are going to be some in the churches that don't escape, quite a few actually. Only about 10% are going to escape during this time frame of September 11th that we're talking about. And then what else remains? The 12 tribes of Judah. That's exactly what this is talking about here. How do we further prove that? What's going on here? Peter confesses Jesus as the Christ. Peter's representation of what? The church. And we taught about this in our last video and a couple other videos ago, but I'm going to briefly go over it. And it says, and it came to pass, as he was alone praying, his disciples were with him, and he asked them, saying, whom say the people am I? So the escape has happened. Now, right here in this verse, Christ is back on earth, and he's asking the church, who do the people say I am? Who do they say I am? And what happens? And they were answering him, saying, some say John the Baptist, but some say Elias, and others say that one of the old prophets is risen again. And he said unto them, but whom do you say that I am? And Peter, the church, because Peter represents the church, what does the church say? Peter answering, saying, the Christ of God. So the church and all the other people on the earth that have remained, those that have remained, right? That's what it says, those remained. They've remained, and what's happening? He's asking the church now, who do you say I am? And the church is crying out, saying, you are the Christ of God. They've watched us escape. They've remained here on earth. Now Christ is here on earth, and he's asking them, who do you think I am? And they're screaming out, you're the Christ of God. And we can show you that on our calendar that we have as far as the time frame of what we're talking about. It's right here. September 11th. This should be the date of our escape, the wedding day, day 1. And we have that lined up with the verses that I'm just now teaching you, okay? Right here. See Luke 9:11? I'm pointing over here to the right side of the screen. I'll move it over a little bit. Luke 9:11. This is the fish story. It lines up with day 1 of what? The escape. Remember I showed you that verse 9:11? Lines up with the escape. Now, isn't that interesting how verse 9:11 lines up with to the date of September 11th of the escape? This is not made up. We went through this whole teaching before about how all these verses line up. And where are we in the story right now? We're right here, where he's asking them, who do you think I am? Why is that happening? Because this is day 1 of the escape, the wedding day. We know that there's 7 days of the wedding. And on the 8th day, which is the new year, the September 19th is the Hebrew New Year, Rosh Hashanah. And the 8th day, we know Christ should be back here on earth. And what's happening? It lines up exactly with the verses 9:18 to 20, which we just got through teaching, where it's saying Christ is now here, and he's asking the church, Peter, who do you think I am? This story perfectly lines up with the time frame we're talking about. Verse 9:11 ends up being September 11th. And right here in 9:14, in the day 3 of the wedding, which we know from the Song of Solomon, the Song of Solomon tells us day 3 is the wedding. And what verse pops up? 9:14. That's the verse where he's sitting them down to eat at the wedding feast, exactly during the day 3 of when the wedding feast is taking place in the Song of Solomon. And over here at the end of the 8th day, or the beginning of the 8th day, when the wedding is now over with, Christ is on earth asking the church, who do you think I am? And they're crying out, you're the Christ of God. So we know we have this exactly lined up right where it's supposed to be. And yes, Luke 9:11, the story of the feeding of the 5,000, is the story of the escape. And so now we're going to move on to Mark's time and show you how Mark's time relates to this story. But one more thing before I do that, one last note. So when we started this story, we started off by saying we know that from this time frame, it's right around Tishri or just before Tishri, because we know John was beheaded. He was beheaded on September 11th. Then comes this story of the feeding of the 5,000. And then what happens? Christ is here on earth, right? Because the church is confessing that he's the Christ. And what's one of the stories that comes up right after that? The Transfiguration. And the Transfiguration story is when Christ is coming down from the mountain, right? When he's here, he'll be coming down, and then he'll be addressing the people. And what time frame is this? This time frame is going to be what? When we go down to this story here, it's putting us into the tabernacles time. And we know that from this verse, 9:33. And it came to pass, as they departed from him, Peter said unto Jesus, the church said to Jesus, Master, it is good for us to be here and to make 3 tabernacles, one for thee and one for Moses and one for Elias, and not knowing what he said. He's telling him this at tabernacles. So now we know that prior to the escape, just prior to the escape was the beheading of John, which puts us in the time frame of Tishri, September 11th. Then we have the escape. Then Christ is here. He appears on earth. He's asking the church, who do you think I am? And then we have the time of tabernacles. So we know from this story that the escape will in fact happen right around the time of when Tishri begins, around September 11th, around that time frame. And then Christ is here after the 7th or 8th day. And then right after that is tabernacles. You want to see that on our calendar that we laid out last week?
Yeah, thanks for going through all that timetable, Charles. That's pretty much the whole timetable there.
Yeah, and see that's what happened. So right here, this is the tabernacle story. You see, I didn't move anything. It started off from 9/11, the escape. He's feeding them at the wedding. Now he's on earth on the 8th day, asking them, who do you think I am? And then what happens? Tabernacles. The tabernacle story begins, right? And when does the church ask him to make a tabernacles? Verse 33. What day does that line up precisely on? The first day of tabernacles. Verse 33 that we just read, when Peter's asking the Lord, when the church is asking the Lord, we should build you 3 tabernacles, one for you, one for Elias, one for Moses. That verse lines up precisely on the day of tabernacles, right where it's supposed to be. So we know factually that we have this story exactly, precisely lined up. The escape will happen on September 11th, and this story plays out exactly in order, right to the day of everything it's supposed to play out to.
And thanks for nailing that down.
Oh, you're welcome. And so now let's move on to Mark's time, so we can prove out Mark's time now and what's happening in the story of Mark. So you find the same fish story in Mark 6. Now, everyone who reads this thinks, well, it must be the same story. Well, we're here to show you that it's not. It's not the same story. We'll show you. It's got a slightly different twist to them, and I'm going to show you where the twists are. So in Mark 6:30, it looks like the same story. Jesus feeds the 5,000. But watch how different it is. Watch who he's talking to and when he's talking to them and who's really observing what at this point in time. Let's put it into perspective again. Let's see if it's the same time frame. What's happening prior to this? It's the story of what? The death of John the Baptist. And when did we show the death of John the Baptist is? September 11th. In today's modern date, it'd be September 11th. Well, let's look at this way. If John died on September 11th, we know what? He died during Herod's birthday party. Herod was having a birthday party, and John was beheaded at that birthday party of Herod. So that puts Herod's birthday on September 11th. Who else's birthday is September 11th that we're pinpointing to this year? Jesus Christ. So now we know John dies on September 11th. It's Herod's birthday on September 11th. And this year, September 11th, is Christ's birthday. So we now can place the date based on these stories that this is the time frame we're looking at for the escape. It's the time of the beheading of John the Baptist. And so what's going on here? Here it is. And when a convenient day was come, that Herod on his birthday made a supper to his lords, high captains and chiefs, and so on and so forth. So right here in the Bible, it tells us it's his birthday. It's Herod's birthday. And what's going on? The daughter dances for him, and on, and the mother convinces the daughter to ask for John's head. What shall I ask for? And she said, the head of John the Baptist. And so what happens? So she dances, and immediately the king sent an executioner and commanded his head to be brought, and he went and beheaded him in the prison. So John was beheaded right before Jesus feeds the 5,000. We've now proven that. It's absolutely in scripture. And if anyone wants to verify that, you can pull up eSword and check out these stories. So what's happening in this
Great
story?
find, Charles.
Sorry?
That's a great find.
Yes, and you guys helped with it. We all worked on that.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's get into the actual teaching of what's going on here and why is this part of the story different than the Luke story? Well, before we begin, I'm going to just tell you what we're looking for. What's happening in this story is, remember the first story that we taught, it's from the perspective of those who were escaped, those who were brought to heaven, and Jesus took them. Remember, he took them. So in Luke, it's from the perspective of those that were taken, the perspective of those who had escaped. This story is from the perspective of those who were left behind. Remember how it ended? It said in Luke, it said those that remained. These are those that remained. These are the ones watching the escape, and they've been left behind. Watch how the story plays out. We're going to prove it. And it's right up front. I'll show it to you. And the apostles gathered themselves together unto Jesus, and they told him all things, both what they had done and what they had taught. What's missing? He didn't take them. Did you catch that? In Luke, what did it say? They told him what they did, and then he took them. In this story, in this very first verse, they told him what's happened, but he didn't take anybody. They weren't taken. They were left behind. What's going on in the next verse? And he said unto them, come ye yourselves apart into a desert place and rest a while. He's telling them, all right, the escape's happened. You've told me what's going on. You guys need to go rest. He didn't take anybody. Nobody was taken from here. They've been left behind. Now, what's going on here? And they departed into a desert place by ship privately, and the people saw them departing. These people saw who departing? You get it? These people, and the people saw them departing. They saw the escape. All those who left and vanished and departed out of this world, when Christ came to take them, this group of people in Mark, the people saw them departing. These are those left behind, and they witnessed the escape. And many knew him and ran afoot thither out of all the cities and outwent them and came together to him. There's pandemonium going on. Do you see what's going on? Once these people saw the departing, the escape, many people realized, oh, it's Christ, it's God, it's Jesus. Because how do we know? Remember in verse 9, 18 to 20, when he was asking them, who do you think I am? That's this part right here. And many knew him and ran afoot thither out of the cities and outwent them, and they came together unto him. And he's saying, who do you think I am? That's what's going on here. They've witnessed the escape. They realized it's Christ, and they're going crazy. And Jesus, when he came out, saw much people. When did he come out? September 19th, Tishri 1. We showed you that. The new year. Jesus came out, and Jesus came out, saw much people. And he was moved with compassion. This is very critical, this next part I'm going to show you, because we're going to come back to this. And he was moved with compassion toward them because they were as sheep not having a shepherd. What's he saying? These are the left behind. They don't have a shepherd. They don't have a shepherd. He's feeling sorry for them. He is their shepherd, but they didn't know him. They didn't know him until the escape happened because they were too busy in this world. They were too busy with whatever fun they were having or whatever they were involved in, and they didn't really know him. They didn't know him until when? Until right here. It says it. When they saw the departing, then they knew him. Then they knew him after they saw the departing, and they've been left behind. And now he feels sorry for them because now they're not going to have any shepherd. Why? Because he knows in 40 days he's leaving. This is his 40 days on earth. He'll be with them for 40 days. He's feeling sorry for them. He has compassion for them because he knows he's the great shepherd. And in 40 days, he's leaving. And they're going to be without a shepherd. So what's happening? And there has been time that's been far past. And the other apostles or disciples are saying, send them away, send them away. We don't have time for them, right? And he answered and said, give them to eat. So now they're going to feed these people that are left behind. And what does it say? See anything from...
Hold on one sec, Charles. You may have to repeat yourself. You lagged out a second.
Before, this is the float and 2 fish. What happened?
Repeat 638. You just lagged out. We missed it all.
Yeah, my computer's kind of acting funny on this end too. So, yeah, let me know when it does that again because I'm having trouble on my end, it looks like.
Yeah, that was the first time. Just go ahead.
Now? Are we good now?
Yep.
Okay, so he's sitting them down to eat. Those that are left behind, he's sitting them down to eat. And he's asking, what do we have left to feed them? And they're saying 5 loaves and 2 fishes. Why? Because he's dealing with the 5 Christian churches that are left behind and the 2 Hebrew churches, those that are left behind from the churches. We know 10% of them escaped. These are the 90% that remained. He's still dealing with only the 7 churches, but the 90% that have remained, they didn't get escaped. So he's dealing with these people right now. So as we go down into the story further, what happens? They ate, and what does he say? They took up 12 baskets full of fragments of the fishes. Why? And why does it say fishes? This is critical to understand this. We know in Luke, he was dealing with the 7 churches. In Mark, he's dealing with them that are left behind from the 7 churches. But what's still left? What's still left? The 12 baskets. And the 12 baskets represent the 12 tribes. Okay? And what's important to glean out of this is the fact that these 12 baskets we're going to talk about now in Matthew's time when we get to Matthew, just in a few minutes. The other important thing to remember out of this is when I told you about he was moved because they were sheep not having a shepherd. Remember this part because we're going to get back to this and it's going to be shocking of how this brings this whole thing together. This one verse. Okay, so moving on. Let's see. So. And they did eat out of the loaves were about 5,000 men. So this is the story of the 5,000. And so now we know in Mark, this perspective is those who got left behind. They watched the escape happen. They watched the departing. And now Jesus has compassion on them. He's still feeding them, but he's feeling sad because he knows he's going to leave and they're going to be left without a shepherd. Okay? But isn't it interesting now? We have another story in Mark about the feeding of 4,000 this time. In Luke, there was only one story about the feeding with the fish and the bread. In Mark, there's 2 stories. What perspective is this? What's going on here? Well, I'm going to tell you up front. What we witnessed in Luke was the escape of the bride from the perspective of those that escaped. In Mark's time, the story we just did was from the perspective of those that left behind, and Jesus was dealing with them. And now there's this second story in Mark. And this story is when seals is over with. When the next after we escape, there's going to be 7 years of seals. At the end of those 7 seals, this story will play out. And this story is going to be the rapture of all those that remain in the church who are worthy for the Lord to receive. Not all the church is going to be raptured, even at the end of the seals. It's going to be those that are worthy to be raptured at the end of seals. So one more time, this story is going to play out 7 years from now. At the time of the end of the 7 seals, when the rapture occurs for the remainder of the church. So let's go through this story now. And we know, as we talked about before, that we believe that this event now in Mark will also take place right around the time of Tishri in 2027. That's the time frame we're looking at. And Amish is going to go into that in a little bit more detail. So let's kind of go through this one. This one's kind of really easy. In those days, the multitude being very great, because there's going to be a great multitude coming out of the tribulation. We know that we've learned that from other studies. That's why he uses this word here. The multitude being very great. And now what's playing out? Notice how there's no disciples here. There's no disciples telling him how much, what we've done and what we've learned. He's not taking them anywhere in this part of the story. Okay? What's happening? Jesus says, I have compassion on the multitude because they have now been with me 3 days. And do you want to tell them, Amish?
Oh, I think we lost Amish. I think you're lagging out.
Is you
too.
doing who's Amish? Is he still there?
Nope.
Am I lagging out?
Yeah, hold on. I think we lost Amish. So hold on 1 second.
Did we lose Amish?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me ask him. Hold on.
Okay, while you see if you can get Amish, can you still hear me though?
Yeah, I can still hear you. Yeah.
Okay, I'll continue on then. These 3 days, we believe, is the 3 days when those that die for Christ during the seals time, there's going to be a lot of beheadings and a lot of people that are going to be dying for Christ during the seals time. And how long was Christ buried and rose again? 3 days. And that's what these 3 days are referring to. Remember the other two stories? Luke didn't have this. The first story in Mark didn't have this 3 days. It's only now, after seals, after those beheadings that have happened, that we now see this. Okay? And isn't it interesting that this story now plays out after the beheadings, right? Didn't we talk about there's going to be beheadings, the beheading of John prior to these stories? That's what's going on. Okay? So these are those that have been raptured. The story will play out. And it says, and if I send them away fasting to their own houses, they will faint by the way, for diverse of them came from afar. So he's saying they came from afar, they're hungry, we have to feed them. And what happens here? And he asked them, how many loaves ye have? And they said 7. How come there was 5 loaves before? This has 7 because what's happened now? He's brought all the churches together as one set of 7 churches. Before it was 5 loaves and 2 fish. Now it's 7 loaves completely. Because he's combined all the churches together to make 7 Christian churches. And that's why you see 7 loaves. Okay? And it continues on. And he took the 7 loaves and he gave thanks and he gave to the disciples and set before them. He's blessing and praying over the 7 churches here. They've come together as one. Okay? And what's there that was remain? Of the broken meat that was left, 7 baskets. Wait a minute. Didn't we have 12 baskets before? Why is there 7 baskets here? And why does it say broken meat? Because these are those who didn't get raptured. Remember, I said out of the 7 churches, not everybody's going to get raptured. That's what's going on here. The broken meat represents those that are broken. They never came to Christ, even during tribulation, during the seals. And there's going to be some that remain out of the 7 loaves, the 7 baskets. They're still going to be here. They still never came to Christ. And where does he take those? And here's the punchline. This is the punchline you've all been waiting for. Where does he take this group that got raptured? Remember the group we talked about in Luke? They were escaped where? To Bethsaida, the house of the great fisherman. Now look, this group that's been raptured, it says, and straight away he entered into a ship. Who's the ship? Jesus Christ is the ship. Jesus Christ in all of the Gospels is the representation, or the ship is the representation of Jesus Christ. We know that. And what does it say? And straight away he entered into the ship with his disciples and came into the parts of Dalmanutha.
All right,
This
Amish
an
is
Aramaic-
back. Sorry.
Hey, Amish. Welcome back, buddy.
Did you want him to do that part or whatever he was going to do earlier? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
We'll let him get set up and he'll teach that part when he gets to it. So where does Jesus take these that have been raptured to? Dalmanutha. Dalmanutha. Let me show you what that means. Dalmanutha, of the shepherd's way. He took them the shepherd's way. What's the shepherd's way? When you're left behind here after the escape, the only way to Christ is you got to die for Christ. He took this raptured group the shepherd's way. Why is this important? Remember what I was stressing earlier? What was this thing that I was stressing about earlier? What did it say in this verse? Further down, no, 634.
You're lagging out again. Frozen.
Not having a shepherd. So am I frozen now?
Okay, you're back now.
Am I back now? We're just having problems today, and we got a long video to go through. Am I on now?
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay, let me try to readjust myself.
Are we still
and then
on the
gotta-
fish story?
Almost done. Okay, so I'm losing my place, guys.
You were at 634.
Yeah, 634. Let's get back to this. So when he was moved with compassion, because he knew this is from the Mark 6:30 is from the perspective of those who were left behind. They're still on the earth. They're left behind, and he had compassion, and he was feeling sorry for them, and said they're gonna be left as sheep without having a shepherd. And what does it say here at the end of this story in Mark? He took them where? After this group now gets raptured, 7 years from now, at the end of seals, they get raptured, and he takes them to a different place called Dalmanutha. And now we're finding out Dalmanutha means what? He took them the shepherd's way. Because at first they were sheep without a shepherd. They had to go through the tribulation, and the tribulation was the shepherd's way. That's the way to get to the shepherd. If you're left behind here during tribulation, the only way to Christ is you're most likely going to have to die for him. And he took those that were worthy, he took them the shepherd's way. Okay, so now we'll move on to Matthew's time, fish stories, and we'll see how those differ from these. So that's going to be in Matthew 14. And again, John the Baptist story comes first. Here it is again. So we know that this is right around Tishri 1, maybe September 11th, right around that time frame is the beheadings, right? And then comes the escape and the rapture. So what happens? So we know John's being beheaded, and what happens here? And he sent and beheaded John in prison. And his head was brought to in a charger, and she brought it to her mother, and his disciples came. This is the disciples, and took up the body and buried it, and went and told Jesus. So the disciples took John the Baptist's body, they buried the body, and they went and told Jesus. Now watch this. This is where Jesus feeds the 5,000. But before we begin this, let me tell you whose perspective this is. What just happened in the last story of Mark, feeding of the 4,000? It was the rapture. It was the end of seals, 7 years of seals, and that was the group that got raptured. This group in Matthew, this is those who witnessed the rapture. They witnessed all those who died from Christ. They witnessed them come to Christ, and they were raptured in Christ. They were raptured 7 years later at the end of seals. This is the beginning of trumpets now. Now we're going to be into the 7 years of trumpets. And these people in this story watched the rapture just take place. And we're going to show you that. So what happens? There was a beheading of John. The disciples buried John, and then the disciples went and told Jesus. And how does it begin? When Jesus heard of it, he departed by the ship, and he went into a desert place. Jesus heard of it. What did he hear of? He heard of the beheadings. He heard of those that were beheaded. And he raptured them and took them to Dalmanutha, the way of the shepherd. This literally ties into the story that we just completed in Mark. Christ heard of the beheadings. He took them and he took them to Dalmanutha. He took them to the Shepherd's Way. Okay. And when the people heard, they followed him on foot out of the cities. Who are these people? They heard of the beheadings. They heard the rapture happened. Christ raptured them after the 7 seals. And now they heard of this and they're following Jesus now. And what does it say? And Jesus went forth and saw a great multitude and was moved with compassion towards them and healed their sick. He's healing those that were raptured and sick. That's what's going on here. And this is from the perspective of those who are left behind after the rapture. Okay? And here, but 5 loaves and 2 fish. Why are
You're
they saying
freezing
that?
up, Charles. You're going to have to repeat that.
We're just having a bad day, guys. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where did I leave off?
I don't know, somewhere between hour 1 and hour 2.
5 loaves and 2 fish, I think, somewhere around there.
All right. So Jesus is now going to sit down and feed those that have been left behind after the rapture. We've had the escape, which is going to happen this September 11th. We're going to have the rapture 7 years from now. And in Matthew's story, these are the people who saw the rapture. They've been left behind from the rapture now. And he's sitting down to feed them. And there's 5 loaves and 2 fish. Why is there 5 loaves and 2 fish in this story? Because all the churches have been combined. He's back to the churches. Okay. What's happening next? And he gave the loaves to his disciples to feed the multitude. And they took up fragments that remained 12 baskets full. The reason he's back to the 12 baskets, because now he's going to address the 12 tribes of Judah. He's done dealing with the 5 churches and the 2 churches. He's dealt with the age of the church is over with. He's now coming back to he's going to deal with the 12 tribes, the 12 baskets. And they had eaten about 5,000 men besides women and children. Okay. So, but now there's a second story in Matthew. Let's go to that one. What's this second story about? Jesus feeds the 4,000. I'm going to tell you what this is about now. So those that were left behind after the rapture, and Jesus was dealing with them in Matthew 14 after the rapture, well, they got 7 years of trumpets to go through for their tribulation. And this story in Matthew 15 is for those people who just made it through the trumpets. So now 7 more years have happened, and they've made it through the trumpets, and now he's sitting them down. So these are the people who didn't escape the rapture, but after seals, but they did go through the 7 years of trumpets. So this is from their perspective now. And watch how this story plays out. I will not send them away fasting lest they faint. So he's realizing he needs to feed them. And there was so great of a multitude. This is everybody who was left who didn't escape in Luke, who didn't get raptured in Mark. This is everybody else who came to Christ. Finally, after 14, anyone who's left and survived, and they came to Christ, they're going to be a great for them. How many loaves do they have?
You're frozen up again, Charles.
All 7 churches.
Yeah, you're frozen up big time. Maybe funny. Maybe he's coming back. Maybe he's gonna have to reconnect.
Messianic.
We didn't get any of that, Charles. You were frozen.
Am I not frozen anymore? Am I unfrozen?
Yeah, you're unfrozen now.
Now you are.
You guys got to let me know because I don't know what's going on.
We did.
We've been trying to let you know. You've been frozen for about 3 minutes now.
Okay, where did I leave off? Can we start from the beginning again?
Where did we leave off? We left. I can't remember. Oh, so great a multitude, and then yeah, you pretty much left off with so great a multitude, and then those are all the ones who were remaining. Yep.
The reason there's so great a multitude is because it's those who didn't escape during Luke's time. It's those who didn't make it through the rapture, they were left behind. And the 7 seals are over with during Mark's time, and now the 7 trumpets are over with during Matthew's time. And so that's why, and anyone who came to Christ, whoever's left now and has come to Christ, they make up this great multitude. And the reason it's saying there's 7 loaves is because, remember, we talked about it before at Mark's time, all the churches came together as one church. All 7 churches came together. That's why there's no longer 5 loaves and 2 fish. They're all 7 loaves now. And it even says so down here. And he took the 7 loaves and the fish. It doesn't tell you how many fish. It just tells you there's 7 loaves now because it's all the churches are combined. And he gave thanks and he gave it to the disciples to give to the multitude. And they did eat, were 4,000 men and women. And where does he take these people to? And he sent away the multitude and took the ship and came to the coast of Magdala. Well, here's the 3rd place now. You see, this is not an accident or a mistake. In Luke, he took them to Bethsaida, which is the house of the great fisherman. In Mark's time, after the rapture, he takes the raptured group to Dalmanutha, which is the shepherd's way. And now in Matthew, he takes them to Magdala. And what does Magdala mean? Magdala Nunya in Aramaic means the tower of the fishes. Why does he take them to the tower of the fishes? Because the Hebrews, remember we studied noon? The word noon is Aramaic and Hebrew. He's dealing only with the fish, which are the Hebrews, the 12 baskets of fish. He's telling us in this story that he's dealing with the Hebrews at this point. This is the time of Judah, the 12 baskets of fish. This is not by accident. You want to see something startling? It's even shocked all kinds of scholars about this. Here it is. It's talking about Dalmanutha and Magdala. It says the problem is that the Gospel of Matthew tells the same story, but has Jesus arriving in Magdala. See? Mark talks about Dalmanutha, and Matthew talks about Magdala. The historians, the scholars, they know there's a problem with this, with a difference in the Gospels. They already know. It's been known. And it says one theory supposes that the copyist accidentally inserted Magdala for Matthew's version and so on and so forth. But then it also says another theory supposes that Matthew and Mark originally wrote about Magdala, but it still causes confusion for them. Why? Because what they're saying is right here. It says, but that doesn't explain Mark's Dalmanutha, and other scholars suppose that Matthew and Mark are both doing something more than just mention an inconsequential hamlet. In other words, the scholars who are studying this are realizing that this is not an accident. They are listing 2 different cities that are in 2 different places, actually 3 different cities, Bethsaida, Magdala, Dalmanutha, they're in 3 different places. The scholars who have studied this are realizing that none of this is by accident, and that these stories are being told intentionally, but they agree, when you read that article, they're agreeing these stories appears to be same stories.
You're freezing up again, Charles.
Are all shown.
Here, what we can do, Amish or Charles, if you want to restart real quick, we'll let Amish take up his portion, and then maybe if you just like restart your modem, because yeah, you keep freezing pretty heavy there.
Am I unfrozen?
You're glitchy.
You keep freezing.
All right. Go ahead. Yeah, it'd probably be best. Or Charles, try to restart your modem. Maybe that could work. All right, he's gonna restart. Go ahead and do your portion. Sorry, guys. They're just not wanting us to talk right now or today, so we'll get it squared away.
Okay, so so this is what I have to share. Like I said in the beginning, you know, I'm going to have to call an audible because there's a lot of this outline that is going to be a repeat of what Charles had previously shared, and somehow our 20-minute fish story teaching has turned into an hour and a half something or other. So I'm gonna go over what I have. Hopefully, I'll call an audible as we go through. So some of the stuff on my outline that's already been covered, I'll try to skip over. So let's go back to the points that I stated in the beginning of what I'm going to show you, or actually some of what you've already seen now. We have identified the actual beginning and the ending of the 70 weeks of Daniel to the day. This day is tied and cannot be changed from Tishri 1. Charles already went over that. We will show how the 7 completes the 70. We will show how Anna helps confirm this date and how her 84 years confirms our 14-year seals and trumpets understanding. We will show how the Metonic cycle that Charles went through in our last video is completely confirmed in Scripture. We will show that the book of John is not speaking to the 144,000, but instead is a historical count of the days of Yeshua and John. We will show how the differences in the Gospels as they relate to the discussion of fasting and feeding of the 5,000 and the 4,000, and we will prove that we will see the escape in less than 2 weeks. So this piece I may just skip over because I think Charles went over that to some degree. So I'm going to share my screen here. Get the right file open here. Okay, so I'm not sharing, am I? Let's see here. It's not showing me the right one here. Let's see. No, that's not the one you want to see.
Wrong screen. Do the other one. There you go.
Yeah, for some reason it's not giving me the one that I need to see. It's not coming up as an option. Let me.
You should be able to see screen 1, screen 2. Are you trying to share the second screen?
I'm trying to share a particular. Here it is. Okay, now I've got it. Okay. So, sorry about this. Just readjusting. Okay, so we're going to do, just as Charles started out talking about noon, we're going to do a little study about the number 7. So the number 7 in Hebrew is the word Zayin, and it looks like a sword. And as Charles said, there were 8 Hebrew letters that have been crowned with this crown, and so this letter looks like it has a crown on its head. Now, a couple of things I want to point out about this is that this Zayin is considered a crowned letter. It's a crowned Vav. So this is the Vav part, and this is the crown. The Vav is the woman. So just as one other thing here, this letter the Zion is considered the returning light. So you have a straight light that represents God to man. And then you have Zion, which represents the choser, or the returning light. And it's said that just as a woman of valor is crowned by her husband, so is Zion, the seventh letter, is crowned by Vav. So we have the woman of valor is crowned by her husband. So what this means is that the bride is the crown that Yeshua will get when he's crowned. And when will he be crowned? He'll be crowned on Tishri 1. And how do we know that? I'll show you here. I think Charles may have covered this part already. But it has to do with the coronation. So one of the most familiar types of shadows of Rosh Hashanah involves the coronation of a king. When a king in Israel is coronated, that day became the New Year's Day of that king's reign. The counting of the days and the weeks and the months and the years of the monarch's rule began on his personal Rosh Hashanah. So it is said that all of the kings start their reign on Rosh Hashanah, and that's what determines that king's new year is Rosh Hashanah. So Rosh Hashanah is tied to Tishri 1. So we go back to Zion. So the question of when is this? Well, we've seen that it is on Rosh Hashanah, which is tied to Tishri 1. So now if we go to my e-sword not showing up. All right, let's cancel this. And let's try this. There it is. Okay. So, and as Charles had pointed out, as he had gone to Song of Solomon chapter 3, this is where the crowning happens. And what's interesting is we see down here that he is crowned. They crowned him in the day of his espousals. Now, if we go back to our Zion, what's interesting, if we come down here, there's a lot of great information in here, but when we come to the gematria, what we see is that the word Zion has a gematria of 67. And why is that significant? It's because in 1967, Jerusalem was recaptured. Okay. So we see here in that the meaning of the word, even the fact that it looks like a sword, it has a meaning that it is a sword. And so if we look into this further, we see that 7 is actually, let me find it on here, is actually the sword of time. I was there right already. Zion is the sword of time, and it's used to cut up time into 7-day increments. And many of these are referenced in the Feast of the Lord. So you have Shabbat, Shavuot, Tishri 1, which is the 7th month of the year, and is referred to as the week of months. Now keep in mind, we're talking about the letters, the number 7 here, okay? Then we have the Shemitas, we have the millennial kingdom. But if we go on, we see that Zion is a word that in Hebrew begins with Zayin, as does the word Zakar. This is going to come up later. Zakar means to remember, and Zikaron means remembrance. So this is the memory of the time basis for self-identity and God's purpose in creation. Now, what's interesting about this being remember and remembrance is as the number 7 is if we go to our eSword and we go to Genesis 8:1, we see, and God remembered Noah, okay, Zakar, and every living thing in the cattle. Now, what we're going to do, if I can get to it, is we're going to go to see what day that happened on. And Charles had previously shared the timetable, but let's go back to that. Cancel this. I think I got too many things open is the thing. Okay, so we see that God remembered Noah in Genesis 8:1. And what day is that? Well, it's day 8 of the wedding. It's day 150 of the Enoch calendar. And it also happens to be Tishri 1, the first day of the 7th month. Well, what's interesting, and so that is the day that God remembered Noah. Now, when we go to eSword, what's interesting, and this is something that just fell out today, is that if you go to Genesis 8:13, so we're talking about Tishri, the first day of the 7th month. And it says here that Noah removed the covering of the ark. And so if we look at the removing of the covering of the ark, we see that is tied to remembrance. That is the Zakar, and that is him remembering the firstborn. When we get to, I think this is in, let's see here, 8:13. We're going to see that later in Luke. Sorry about that. So if we go to Genesis 1, this Zakar, we're going to find this in Genesis 1:27. In Genesis 1:27, he said, "Let us make man in his own image, make him male and female." Okay? What is this word? Zakar. It's the same word, properly remembered. Okay? So this Zakar, so we know that what is on the ark that got remembered in Genesis 8:1 is the Zakar. It is this first created male. And he remembers the firstborn. Well, this Zakar is the same root word that's used for our friend Zechariah. And what's interesting is we've tied this Genesis 1 and Genesis 8:1. Remember, Tishri 1 is the first day of the year. So it is the first day of the 8th year. And it is Genesis 8:1 that God remembered Zakar, Noah. So that Zakar is the same root word that's used in the name Zechariah. And Zechariah is tied to the first chapter where we learn about these 70 years. And it's tied to the 7th chapter where we learn about those 70 years. So, and it's talking about when you fasted in the 5th and 7th month, even those 70 years. Okay. So in Zechariah, he's basically saying that he was jealous, and I'll show you where this is. It's in 1:12. And he answered, O Lord of hosts, how long wilt thou not have mercy on Jerusalem and on the cities of Judah, against which thou had indignation these 70 years? So this is these 70 years. This is the 70, okay? And we're going to get into the word 70 here in a minute. So he's had indignation. Then when we get to 7:5, and he's talking about fasting and mourning in the 5th and 7th month, even those 70 years did you at all fast unto me. So he had indignation, and now he is no longer jealous for Zion. Now Charles brought this up, that the word Zion is so similar to the word Zayin, which is the number 7, and we're talking about all of this happening on the first day of the Zayin month. Okay, so now we're going to learn some things about the, if I can bring it up here, we're going to learn some things about the number 70. And the number 70 in Hebrew is the word ayin. And ayin, the meaning of the word is to, as it says here, is to, it's an eye, to see, to understand. This is, I think Alan had done a video on this at one point. It says it's often compared to 2 eyes here, one evil eye and one good eye. So what you're seeing here is the 70 is separating the good from the evil. So the gematria, if we go to the gematria of the word ayin, the gematria is equal to 130. And one of the reasons that this is interesting is because the period of kings, from the first king of Saul, Solomon, and David, all the way to the end of Kings, is able to be divided into 4 sequential periods of 130 years. So you had 130 years with Saul, David, and Solomon. You had 130 years for the death of Jehoiada. You had 130 years for the fall of the house of Israel. And you had 130 years for the fall of the house of Judah. Now we can also find out in here that the meaning is suggestive. I think it's up here. Meaning of the word suggestive to of the ladder of Sinai, the approaching to God. So if we go to the Enoch calendar that we put together, I guess I gotta do something here to bring that up. Got too many things open. Okay, on the Enoch calendar, 130. What's interesting about this 130, which is the gematria for 70, is that it falls on the Enoch date that's to the solar count of the actual 9th day of the 5th month. So this would be the actual 9th of Av. And ayin is, as Charles pointed out, the letters of the word end in nun, and nun is 50, and the 50 completes the 70. Now, what I want to show you is in eSword. Make this slightly bigger so you can read it. If we go to Numbers 13:16, what we're going to see, these are the names of Moses, which sent to spy out the land of Moses, called Oshi. So we know that Oshi here is Hosea. And as one of the things that we know about the opening of the books is that Hosea's 14 years are they are a description of seals, 7 years of seals, 7 years of trumpets, just like the 14 chapters of Zechariah is 7 years of seals, 7 years of trumpets written to Judah. Hosea is written to the Gentiles. But what we see here is that Oshi is the son of Nun, Yeshua. So his name is changed to Yeshua. And I'm going to skip this part because the Nun does, as Charles already went through, the Nun number means fish. So 50 completes the 70, which is fish. Now, if we go back to our IN, what we see here is that this, one of the things that we see is that the 130 gematria is made up of 70, which is the 10 and the 50 Nun. So we see 70, 10, and 50. And that 10 is in the 50. So you have a pattern of 70 years, 70 weeks of years. And then you have a 10-day period and a 50-day period, all in the word for IN. So now let's go look at, back to Esor. Let's go look at Genesis 29:23. And it came to pass in the evening that he took Leah, his daughter, and brought her to him and went in unto her. But what we find out about Leah is that up here is that he loved Rachel because she was beautiful, but Leah was tender-eyed. I'm trying to find that verse right now. Tender-eyed. Yeah, here it is. So the word here, eyed, is IN. It's the same word as the word 70. So we have Leah's, who is tender-eyed, tied to the word 70, describing her as tender-eyed. Now, it goes on to tell us that she went in unto Jacob. So this is where he works for 7 years for Rachel, but it was Leah that went in to him, and it tells us that it came to pass in the evening that he took Leah, his daughter, and brought her to him, and he went in unto her. Evening here is the word Arab. It's pronounced Arab, and it means dusk. Now, those of you that have been following and are familiar with the Noah story, in fact, let's just go there. If we go to the Noah story, and before all of this, when he releases the raven has a dusky hue. So this is giving us a clue as to the timing of when Leah actually goes in and the Arab is released. It is the evening that Leah goes in that it is evening. It is dusk. It is the dusky hue that the raven is being released out of, and the word evening is even pronounced Arab. So I thought that was very interesting. So now, if we go back to our iron, and we see the crowning of the bride. No, I should have gone here. I should have. Now we're going to go back to Esword, and we're going to talk about Daniel, the book of Daniel, chapter 9. And what we see down here in the book of Daniel, beginning in 9:24, and many of you have seen these verses before, where it talks about 70 weeks are determined upon thy people and upon thy holy city to finish the transgression and to make an end of sins, and to make reconciliation for iniquity, and to bring in everlasting righteousness, and to seal up the vision and the prophecy, and to anoint the most holy. Then it goes on and it talks about the 7 weeks, and it talks about the 1 week. But a couple of things that I want to point out here. We have 70 weeks, but if we go into weeks, it actually says a week specifically of years. So these are weeks of years. 70 years are determined upon thy people and upon thy holy city to finish transgression and make an end of sins and make reconciliation. What is reconciliation? Well, you guys have seen the movie that have come out, Purge. You know, this the purge, but it says pacify, pardon, pitch, put off, reconcile, and to seal up. So let's look at this word, seal, especially seal, make an end. So at the end of 70 weeks of years, we have seal. Can you say seal judgments, make an end, mark, seal up to stop? It's telling us at the end of 70 weeks, then the seal judgments. Then all of these other things happen. Then finally down here, there is 1 week. 1 week of years, 7 years for all of these things to take place. So what Daniel 9:24 through 9:27 does for us is it ties the 70 to the 7. And that's an important tie, because why are we tying the 70 to the 7? Because what we're saying is that at the end of the 70 years, on the 7th month, the first day, seals is going to start. So if we look at, and for this one, I've got to get this little spreadsheet ready. Okay. So if we look at the feast days, which are these, and many of you have seen this kind of thing before, but we know that the first 4 feasts, and there are 7 feasts. Remember our word Zion, 7, there are 7 feasts. And these are the 7 feasts of the Lord. These are described in the book of Leviticus in chapter 23. So 7 is completion. Once all of these feasts are fulfilled, that's the completion of the 7, which we have just tied to the 70. So these first four feasts are fulfilled through Pentecost. And where are we now? What is the next feast that has not been fulfilled by Christ yet? It is trumpets. And when does trumpets happen? Trumpets happens on Tishri 1. So if we go back to our Enoch calendar, Tishri 1, trumpets, September 19th. So it's important to know that Tishri is known as the week, the month of weeks. Okay, and so if we're looking for what is the next feast that Christ is going to fulfill, and it's trumpets, and that falls on Tishri 1, the first day of the 7th month. It's all ties the 7 and the 70. Okay, now we're going to go to Luke 2. And some of you may be asking yourself, well, wait a minute, I thought we were talking about September 11th. Well, that's Elul 22. And as Charles was showing, that Elul 22, September 11th, is actually tied to John's beheading and the birth of Christ on September 11th of 3 BC that we went over in some detail in our last video. But Tishri 1, September 18th or 19th, is the actual Tishri 1 day, the first day of the 7th month. And Charles was going through the order of that events of what takes place first. You have the escape, then you have Tishri 1 come, and we're going to show how some of this falls out. So let's go to Luke 2:35, and what do we see here? We see, yea, a sword. What is the sword? Do you remember from our look at the letter Zion, and we said not only does it look like a sword, but it means a sword, the sword of time. So we have a sword in Luke 2:35, shall pierce through thy own soul also, and that the thoughts of many hearts may be revealed. So here we have, what is this revealed? G601, to take off the cover that is disclosed. So what did we have here in Genesis 8:13, where it said, and it came to pass in the 601st year, in the first month, the first day of the month, the waters were dried up off the earth, and Noah removed the covering. He revealed. But what's even more interesting about this is, what was the word that we were looking for here in Luke 2:35? The word for revealed is G601. Remember, 601. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the first month, on the day of the month, the waters were dried up. What is this? This is the first day of the year. In his time, this is on the Enoch calendar, so this is actually Tishri 1. He's removing the covering. He's revealing. And that's what ties this out to Luke 2:35. But there's more. That he may reveal the hearts. He's revealing the hearts. So if I go to Psalms 24, 3-5, what am I told? Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord? Or who shall stand in his holy place? Isn't that what we're talking about? Isn't that what Mike was talking about in the beginning here with the differences in the Gospels? Who is actually going to go to the third heaven? And this has become my favorite go-to here for these three raptures is 2 Corinthians chapter 12. I think I've gone over this before, where Paul says, I knew a man in Christ above 14 years ago. Such a one was caught up to the third heaven. That's what we're talking about here. Later, there's another man who was caught up to paradise. That's the rapture after seals. Then down here in 12:14, behold, the third time I am ready to come to you. That's when he comes for Judah, the people spoken about in Matthew. But if we go back to to Psalms 24, chapter 3, he's asking us, who shall ascend to the hill and into the holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart. So didn't we just see in Luke 2 that he is revealing the hearts? And that's what's going on there. So if I go back to Luke 2:35, what I have is the hearts that are being revealed. And we have this sword, 7, Zion. Zion completes the 70. Remember, let's see here. Remember how in our letter Ayin, which is 70, the part of the letter Ayin is Zayin. When Zayin comes in and pierces the 70, that completes the 70. And that is exactly what is being talked about here in Luke 2:35. A sword, Zion, shall pierce through thy own soul and reveal the hearts. What hearts? Those that are pure, those pure hearts from Psalm 24 that told us those were the people that were going to enter into the third heaven. But wait, what is the very next verse that happens? And there was Anna, the prophetess, the daughter of Penuel of the tribe of Aser. She was of great age and had lived with an husband 7 years from her virginity. Now, I have to get this right because Charles wanted to make sure I made this absolutely clear. So first of all, she lived with an husband for 7 years, Zion, okay, from her virginity. She is of great age. Doesn't tell us how old she is. It just says she is of great age. And we know that she's been a widow for 84 years, and she was a widow of about 84 years. So she's at least 84 years old if she's been a widow for 84 years, right? Now, if we take the 70, the Ayin, and that completes this Zion completes the Zion, and we saw that appear, this sword piercing through the Ayin, completing the 70 years. Then we take 7 years of seals and 7 years of trumpets that Mike was talking about. That brings us to 84 years. The 70 years that got pierced, the 7 years of seals and the 7 years of trumpets. That's why now she is a widow of about 84 years. Now, what happens at the end of this that no longer makes her a widow? So my question is Anna the queen of the south that's rising up in judgment? We know that Anna's name is actually tied to the same root words as Chana. This is where we get Hannah, Chana, Enoch, and Hanukkah all come from the same root word of this Kana. Okay? And we know that Hannah's, she is tied to the fasting that is the Day of Atonement. I don't know if we have that listed on here or not. But she is, in Scripture, she is tied to the Day of Atonement right after trumpets. And her verse, she shows up right after trumpets. And when is trumpets? Tishri 1. So we have Tishri 1, we have Anna coming immediately after that. And then as Charles was going through the transfiguration story in his fish stories, we have the tabernacles. And the tabernacles is where they ask, should we, the disciples ask at the transfiguration, should we make 3 tabernacles, one for you and one for Moses and Elijah? And so they're asking, should we make tabernacles? Because it's a reference that it is tabernacles. Now, we just talked about the sword piercing, completing those 70 years, and the sword being Zion, completing Ion. Now, what's interesting here, and I think Mike was talking about this this earlier, is this is Revelation 6. So this is the beginning of seals, the opening of the seals. And when we get to the second seal, I heard the second beast come and went out another horse that was red, and power was given to him that sat on to take peace from the earth, that they should kill one another. And there was given unto him a great, what? Sword. There was given unto him Zion, 7 years. This is the Zion, the week of seals that's mentioned in Daniel 9:24 through 9:27. And so it's interesting that we saw a sword that was piercing, and then we get to the second seal, the red horse rider, and he is given a sword. So now we're going to go to, I probably was there.
It was almost like that Zion, the 7, when it pierced the 70, is like the last 7 years completed the 70, which starts the 14, right? If that's how I was thinking about it. Is that correct?
Yes. In fact, I think what you just said there is what we're being told, both in Luke 2 with this piercing and then Anna showing up, who is telling us. I remember when Charles and I first came across this, and we were talking about, boy, this sure seems like a weird thing to say, that all of a sudden she's a widow of about 84 years. It just seems like a weird number that's in there. But I think it's in there to tell us that when the 70 is completed, there's 7 years of seals and 7 years of trumpets. 14 plus 70 is 84. So now we're going to jump ahead in Luke to chapter 19, and we're going to talk about. So in our last video, Charles had talked about this metonic cycle. The metonic cycle is 19 years, and when Charles first discovered this, I think he discovered it on Stellarium, where he noticed that there was this certain event happening in Stellarium on July, what was it, 21st? Mike, July 21st or July 22nd? I think it was the 21st. And he saw it repeating for 19 years, 8 cycles of 19 years that went back to when Israel first went into the land. Not when they became a nation, but when they first started occupying that area. Well, in the last video, he went through and tied that metonic cycle to September 11th, and that it had been, there's a cycle that goes back on September 11th, and we all know what happened 19 years ago on September 11th, and it culminated with the attacks, and I won't go into that because everybody knows about that. So here we are in Luke 19. So think 19 years, the metonic cycle. And what do we have? We have, and Yahushua entered and passed through Jericho. Okay, now, so we have, anytime we have Yeshua entering, that's an important thing. But if we look into the root word of this Jericho, what we find is it means its month or else. So it's a month. Jericho, the moon or month. So when we have the new year starts on the new month. Tishri 1 is the first day or the first day of the month. And so we have Jesus entering and passing through on the month. Is this a tie to the first day of the month? And it's the 19 years for the Metonic cycle. And what is it telling us here? It's telling us a story about this guy. Oh, and I should say, this whole review of Luke 19, this is Jamie. Jamie brought this to us and put this, and this thing kept giving time after time. There's so many things in this story in Luke 19 that was tying out for us. But this was all because of our sister Jamie, who was diligently looking into this, diligently studying this. And what she found was that Zacchaeus, this guy's name is Zacchaeus. Remember, we were talking about Zakak. Zakar is the same root of Zayin, to be transparent or clean, be pure. And what were we just reading in Psalm 24? Who's going to enter into the kingdom? It's those that were pure. So here we got Zacchaeus, whose name means pure, and he sought to see Jesus, Yeshua, who he was and could not for the press. What is the press? What is the press that's going on? He was of little stature, and he ran before and climbed up into the sycamore trees to see him, for he was to pass that way. Now, the interesting thing about the sycamore tree here is that it is the mulberry tree, mulberry or fig tree, and there's some things about this mulberry tree that you should know. The mulberry tree is actually a symbol of wisdom and patience. And I actually have a link for this somewhere, but if anybody wants it, I'll send it to you. It's a symbol of wisdom and patience, and this is why. Because it's a tree that produces other trees. It produces more than other trees. It produces more fruit than virtually any other tree of its kind. But it doesn't bud until after the danger of frost is over. So it's very late in budding and blooming, and it's very resistant to decay. And it's resistant to decay is pointed to as relating to forgiveness. Now in First Chronicles, let's just go there for a second, 27:28. And over the olive trees and the sycamore trees that were in the low plains was Baal-Hanan, the Gederite, and he was over the sellers of oil. This Baal-Hanan, if we look at his name, possessor of grace, Baal-Chanan. So that's one of these. Oh, I think it's this one here. So Chanan, Chanya, this guy is tied to Hanukkah. Chanan is the same root for Hanukkah, which ties him to Anna, Enoch, and everybody else. And it says that he was the husbandman of all of these trees, and over the sellers of oil was Joash. So Joash is, if I get this right, his name means to assemble self, to hasten. And the other word that's in here, Jehovah, the Lord. So he is a picture of Jehovah. So there's something in every one of these definitions. The Gederite means Geder, circumvallation, wall. Now, what's interesting about this guy's name meaning wall is that who was the wall that Charles talked about in Song of Solomon? It's either 3 or 8. Tells us that she is the wall. I think it's 8. It tells us that the little sister, this is the little sister. I am a wall. So this ties this 1 Chronicles 27:28 to Song of Solomon 8, talking about Rachel as the wall. And so it talks about here that he put a fence up for the wine, and it's talking about him being the mason repairer. He's going to repair the wall for those who have the oil. It's interesting that the word oil here, the root word means to shine. If you go into here, to shine. So, so we've got Joash meaning hasten. Now, remember, hasten was Joash. Now, when we go back to Luke 19, and we look at Zacchaeus, what does Christ say to him? Zacchaeus, the pure guy, make haste and come down, for today I must abide at thy house. At thy house? Well, that's the same the same note that we saw in Song of Solomon, chapter 3. When I found him, whom my soul loveth, I held him and would not let him go until I had brought him into my mother's house. So they don't go into his house; they go into Zacchaeus' house. So back to the story of Zacchaeus in Luke 19. So what does Christ say to him? And Yeshua said unto him, this day is salvation come to this house, for as much as he also is a son of Abraham. For the Son of Man is come to seek and to save that which was lost. And so it's interesting here. It says that for as much as he is a son of Abraham. So what's being discussed here? There's an event that happens on the new month. Yeshua is passing through. Zacchaeus, who was watching.
Yeah, click the make haste button. Yeah, the make haste. That'll do. That's it. It's the pure one. Then click make haste.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one to study. The ones that study eagerly await. Yep.
Thank you for that. So this haste actually means to study, urge on diligently or earnestly, by implication to wait eagerly. Does this sound like the waiting, watching bride? Does this sound like what Mike was talking about in the differences of the gospel between Luke and Mark and Matthew? The sleepy, lukewarm, left behind church who says no one can know the day or the hour? Or is this somebody who is awaiting eagerly? So what's interesting about this is after this story of Zacchaeus, what do we see? We see the parable of the talents. And so we have, in this parable, we have a nobleman who went into a far country to receive for himself a kingdom and to return. And in this, you know, you have, he's calling 10 servants. You have his citizens hated him and sent message after him saying, we will not have this man reign over us. Who does that sound like? And it says, and it came to pass that when he returned, having received the kingdom. When did he receive the kingdom? Well, didn't we say over here that that all of these kings were coronated on what day? Rosh Hashanah. What day is Rosh Hashanah? It is the first day of the 7th month. And so that is exactly what we're seeing here in Luke 19. He comes, and what we're seeing here now in this description of the talents is the Bema seat judgments. Then what happens right after that? We have a triumphal entry. So we have, and Charles went through this in some detail of the order of events of the Tishri 1. So we have September 11th as the escape. We have Tishri 1. Then we have the Day of Atonement coming later. Then we have Tabernacles. And that Tishri 1 is the coronation. Then we have Christ here, and Charles went through that in the fish explanation. So now that we've been through all, and keep in mind, remember the order. I just went through the order of this, of Yeshua passing through on the new month, the Bema seat judgment here, then you have the triumphal entry here. And what we need to know about Luke is Luke makes this bold claim here in Luke 1:3. It seemed good to me also to write, having had perfect understanding of all things from the very first, to write unto thee in order. So Luke is in order. Now, I want to show you something that I had put this together very long time. I think October or November of last year, and it was a PowerPoint slide explaining the differences in the gospel, many of which are the same ones that Mike was going through at the beginning of this video. And one of the slides that I put together had to do with the fasting discussion. And so this is differences in the Gospels between Luke, Mark, and Matthew. And in Luke 5:33 through 34, it says, and they said unto him, why do the disciples of John fast often and make prayers, and likewise the disciples of the Pharisees? Why do the Pharisees have disciples? But thine eat and drink. And he said unto them, can you make the children of the bride chamber fast while the bridegroom is with them? But then in Mark, we have similar language, but it's slightly different. It says, and the disciples of John and the Pharisees used to fast, and they come and say unto him, why do the disciples of John and the Pharisees fast, but thy disciples fast not? And Jesus said unto them, can the children of the bride chamber fast while the bridegroom is with them? As long as they have the bridegroom with them, they cannot fast. But the days will come when the bridegroom shall be taken away from them, and then shall they fast in those days. Then we come to Matthew 9:14 through 15. Then came to him the disciples of John, saying, why do we and the Pharisees fast off, but thy disciples fast not? And Jesus said unto them, can the children of the bride chamber mourn as long as the bridegroom is with them? But the days will come when the bridegroom shall be taken from them, and then shall they fast. Now, what we have is some stark differences here. Both Luke and Mark reference the disciples of John, but Matthew references we. Luke says the disciples of the Pharisees, but Mark references the Pharisees. Luke is the only one that uses the phrase, but thine eat and drink, and the other two say, fast not. Luke says, can you make the children of the bride chamber fast? Mark says, can the children of the bride chamber fast? And Matthew says, can the children of the bride chamber mourn? Now, what's interesting about these differences is, and we're going to focus on making the children fast. Okay, so in the three different sets, we have disciples of John, disciples of the Pharisees, and we. Now, Luke is the only one that uses the phrase eat and drink. All the other ones say fast not. Why is the bride eating and drinking, but those left behind, including Judah, the we, are just not fasting? What fast are they talking about? Well, the answer to this may take me a second to locate the right thing here. That's not it. So what Charles was referring to, and we see the word here. I'm just going to go to where I know it is. It is 2 Kings 25. So keep in mind where we are. We're at the end of Kings, the last chapter of the end of 2 Kings. Okay, and we're going almost to the very end. And what it says here in verse 25 is, it came to pass in the 7th month. What are we talking about? Tishri 1, 7th month? That Ishmael, who is Ishmael? The affliction, strength, mighty affliction. Which one is it? This one or this
one? You might have to dig down in one of them.
Yeah, we might have to dig into that. So we have Ishmael, who is the affliction. Okay, and whenever you see the affliction, we're talking about the beast system, the Antichrist system. So he came with 10 men and smote Gedaliah. So we know that, and I'm just going to do a quick search because I'm not seeing it come up. There it is. Okay. Okay, give me 1 second here. You can tell I'm a real pro at this. So, Fast of Gedaliah. When is the Fast of Gedaliah? Well, this says it happened September 21st of 2020. September 21st, the Fast of Gedaliah. It's a fast. And it's in what month? It's in the 7th month. Now, if we go, we gotta set this up. If we go into our timetable here with the Enoch calendar, where is September 21? It's right here. It's Tishri 3. It's 3 days after Tishri 1 is the fast of Gedaliah. And what did we see when we looked in 2 Kings? We saw that on the 7th month, Ishmael comes and smotes Gedaliah. Gedaliah, the fast of Gedaliah, on Tishri 3, 3 days after Tishri 1 in the 7th month. Now, I don't know how many of you this has been kind of a hitch in the giddy up since you started, or maybe you don't even follow Ministry Revealed. But I remember I spent the better part of a day one time exchanging emails with Alan, because this trying to fit this math of how Israel is 70 years old. Obviously we knew the 70 was important in this video right now, that we're finding that the Zion completes the Ayin. We know that the 70 is tied to Anna, who is takes us from 70 to the 84 years, the 7 years of seals and the 7 years of trumpets. This has always been a challenge for me of understanding, how are you getting 70 years when everybody else seems to think that Israel is 73 years old? So Charles and Mike and I opened up a spreadsheet. And we said, okay, let's find out when the 70 years starts and when it ends. So some of you will remember that it was March 10th or March 11th, which was actually John the Baptist's birthday, they removed their provisional government and replaced it with the permanent government, and were recognized by the United Nations. So because it wasn't the new year yet, we don't include this fasting of the 5th month. So on Tishri 1 starts the new year, okay? So the new year after they became a nation and were recognized by the UN, the first fasting of that year was the fast of Gedalia on Tishri 3. And Charles had looked this up for me this morning, where it says September 26th of 1949 was Tishri 3. It was the fast of Gedalia, but to even confirm that it was Tishri 1 and the new year, it was after the vernal equinox, which occurred on September 23rd of 1949. So this starts the 7th month fast. Then the following 1950 starts the 5th month fast. And if you walk this down, so now this is the first year that we have fasting in the 7th month and the 5th month. Second year, 7th month, 5th month, third year, and so on and so forth. And we walk this all the way down. Are you seeing this correctly, Mike?
Yes, yeah, it works.
Okay. So then when we get down to the year 2020, what we have here is we have 71 times they fasted in the 5th month, but only 70 times that they fasted in the 5th and 7th months. Why? Because in 2020, the 7th month, Tishri 1, starts a new year. And what day is that going to be on? That's going to be on the September 18th timeframe. So as Charles was going through the fish story and the order of events, what you see is that we have an escape on September 11th. Then we have Tishri 1, which is September 19th. I think it's September 19th. 3 days later, on September 21st, you have the fast of Gedalia, and they will fast not. Why are they not fasting? Well, they're not fasting because too bad I'm not prepared. The reason that they're not fasting, because if we go back to our slide, we see that the children of we see in here that while the bridegroom is with them. With who? So if I go right back to the actual scriptures for this. So in this case, it's Luke 5. So, and he said unto them, can you make the children of the bride chamber fast while the bridegroom is with them? So the reason they are not fasting in this last fast of Gedalia, which would be the 71st fast in the 5th and 7th month, is because the escape is going to happen on September 11th on Elul 22. And so just so you can see, and I know this is, Charles has got a version of this that's much clearer to see, but we have the escape here on September 11th. We have a 7-day wedding. On the 8th day becomes Tishri 1. And the reason they're not fasting here on Tishri 3 is because the bridegroom is with them. That's why they fast not. And notice it's only Mark and Matthew that's fasting not. Luke is eating and drinking in those verses. And so that's what we have here. So now that we've talked about fasting, let's talk about feasting. So there are 3 different, as Charles was pointing out, there are the feeding of the 5,000, there's the feeding of the 4,000, and there's what I'm going to call this the seashore fish fry. Okay. And so where we see these things, and Charles had previously gone over these, so I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but in Luke, you have the feeding of the 5,000 in chapter 9, and some of you pointed out on the chat that this kind of goes along with 9/11, right? So as Charles explained in the order of events, you have 9:1. He calls his disciples together. This is Christ on the earth. Herod is perplexed, saying, "Hey, what's this guy doing here?" Because it looks like John the Baptist was risen from the dead. So we know John the Baptist is dead. And when did he die? He died on 9/11. How do we know that? Because it was Herod's birthday also, and that's when Salome danced for Herod Antipas, and we went into great detail in that on the last video as to who those people were. But it was John that was beheaded that day, and we know it was the first day of the first month. And so this is after that we see Jesus feeding the 5,000. And so then we see in Mark 6, we have the feeding of the 5,000 in the same general order. He sends out the disciples as Christ on the earth. John the Baptist is dead, and we have the feeding of the 5,000. Then if we go to Matthew 14, we see the same thing. But many people don't realize that the feeding of the 5,000 is not the same feeding as the feeding of the 4,000. And as Charles mentioned, the reason, if you look at this, you won't see a feeding of the 4,000 in Luke. Why won't you see a feeding of the 4,000 in Luke? Because that feeding of the 4,000 is after the escape. It's at the end of seals. And this is why, as Charles explained, when you go into Mark, just so you know where the feeding of the 4,000 is, it's in Mark 8. This is where in Mark 6, we had 5 loaves and 2 fishes. In Mark 8, we have 7 loaves. And you see the same thing in Matthew chapter 15. And I'll go there just so you know where it is. Matthew chapter 15, when we get into the feeding of the 4,000, you have 7 loaves and a few fishes. Or actually, you don't even have loaves. You just have 7. How many loaves have you had? 7. Zion. You have Zion that many. Okay. How many? 7 years. This is the end of seals, basically. Now, what happens here, and in Mark, and I'm just going to touch on this briefly. This story is different than the feeding of the 5,000 in this, that when it's done in both Mark and Matthew, you have Yeshua makes this same statement in both places. He says, "Why by reason have you no bread? Perceive you not, neither you understand?" Remember our word for understand, the Zion. You have no understanding. Have you your heart hardened? Remember the pure hearts that we were talking about earlier? Having eyes, Zion, having Zion, you see not, and having ears hear, you do remember Zion? Remember, he remembered them. And he's telling them, so he's telling them about the 5 loaves and the 5,000. He's distinguishing them from the 4,000. In fact, I thought it was even interesting here. This is how he's telling them. Remember the 5,000? Remember the 4,000? He says it's about the 7 loaves. It was about the 7 churches all along and the baskets that you took up. How is it that you do not understand? He's flummoxed with them. Then we hear about this blind man who tries to come to Bethsaida, and they bring a blind man to him and besought him to touch him. So this is a guy who didn't have the understanding, right? And when we go to Matthew 15, we see much of the same thing. We have the feeding of the 4,000. And he says the same stuff here, and he has the same admonition. And so when he goes through here, what's interesting is they took up the 7 loaves and went through the thing and did all of this. And then when you go into 16, you see that progression that Charles was talking about with the Pharisees and the Sadducees demanding signs. And he's warning them against the leaven of the Pharisees. And he has the same thing. Do you not understand that I was not speaking to you about the bread? I was telling you about the 7 loaves, the churches, and the baskets being taken up. He's got that same admonition. So as Charles laid out, we have the feeding of the 5,000 that's going to happen after the escape. And how do we know that it's after the escape? We know that it's after the escape because it's the fast of Gedalia that I just showed you that happens on Tishri 3. And they will fast not. Why are they fasting not? Because the bridegroom is with them. Why is he with them? Because he's already been to the wedding. And he's come back from the wedding. And he now is with them. That's why they can't fast, because the bridegroom is with them. They are not fasting because this. Let's go to Luke chapter 9, back to our 9/11. I could probably show you this on the chart too, but I'll show it to you here. So this is the wording that I thought was very strange. He makes them sit down by 50s in a company. He makes them eat. He makes them not fast. And this same language you see in Mark 6, where we've got the feeding of the 5,000. Come to yourselves apart into a desert place and rest. And when we come down here, he answered unto them, give you them to eat. He's making them eat. That's why they are fasting not. So, and Charles went through that order of events of, do you not remember the Zion, the 7 years? Now, what's interesting about, let's see, I want to go into, we already talked about Luke not knowing all things in order. Luke 9:7. Oh, this is just back to Charles's point on the order of events. You have Matthew is still alive at this point, because down here in 7:18 he sends messengers, so he's still alive. So somewhere between there and Luke 9:9, John is beheaded on September 11th. Then the apostles go out. Then there's a feeding of the 5,000. This is why they fast not. And as Charles explained, then Peter, the church, the left behind lukewarm church, confesses Christ. Then you have the transfiguration, where the disciples say in Luke 9:33, and it came to pass they departed from him. Peter said, it's good for thee to be here. Let us make 3 tabernacles. Why is he talking about tabernacles? Because it's tabernacles. Tabernacles comes right after the Feast of Atonement, Anna's fast, and after Tishri 1. So I'm going to skip all this because I think Charles went through most of this. 7-month fast of the Gedalia. Okay. So this, and we talked about the fact that Zechariah, whose name Zechar, is the same as what we looked at for Zion, and we tied Genesis 1:8 to Zechariah 1:7-5, where he's talking about they mourned in the 5th and the 7th month, even those 70 years. And we talked about how the Zayin completes the Ayin. Now, let's talk about the book of John. Where is the feeding and the fasting in the book of John? Well, if we go into chapter 6, what we see is that we have after these things, Yeshua went over to the Sea of Galilee, which is the sea, and a great multitude followed him because it saw, and they went up to a mountain, and the Passover, a feast of Jews, was nigh. Wait a minute, Passover? Isn't this the feeding of the 5,000? What's this doing at Passover? It's funny that in every gospel, the feeding of the 5,000 is at Tishri 1, at Rosh Hashanah. But this feeding of the 5,000 occurs at Passover. Now, I want to point out a couple of things in here as well. So if we look at what they're going to feed them with, right? And again, we have the same thing. He makes the men sit down. You will sit down, you will eat. You will fast not, right? And Jesus took the loaves. Well, what kind of loaves are these? Well, it says up here that, hold on, we got to find the right verse here. Barley. Oh, here it is. There is a lad. This is interesting right here. All of a sudden you have Philip piping up and giving this strange thing about 200 penny worth of bread is not sufficient to feed them. Then one of the disciples, and keep in mind that this discussion wasn't with any of the disciples in the other ones, but all of a sudden you have the disciples, Andrew, Simon, Peter's brother, and he says, which hath 5 barley loaves. Why does he have barley loaves? Well, because they're at Passover and the barley has been harvested and they're making loaves with the barley loaves. Okay? So if you go to the other accounts, like if you go into Luke 9, go back to 9:11, and we go into the feeding of the 5,000, make them to sit down. What kind of loaves do they have here? They're not barley loaves. They're just loaves. If you go into Mark and Matthew, you'll find the same thing. They're not barley loaves. It's only in John that they're barley loaves. So why is John 6? Why is this talking about Passover? And furthermore, why is there no story of the feeding of the 4,000 in John? Well, here's what I'd like to submit to you. And as Charles went into some detail with the fish about how there's no mention in John of anybody being taken anywhere. In the others, you have them being taken to Bethsaida, and the other one you have them taken to Dalnutha, and the other one Magdala. Why is nobody going with him in John? And I would submit to you this, that I don't believe that John is speaking to the 144,000. I believe that John is an actual historical account of the times of Yeshua and John. And that's why there's no feeding of the 4,000. Because this is describing the historical events that have already taken place. Jesus goes away alone, just like he has been for 2,000 years. That's why this is placed here at Passover, and all of the other ones are placed at Tishri 1, exactly how we've explained it. Now, a couple other things about John not speaking to the 144,000. Notice that in John, and Mike was describing differences in the gospel with the robes. John's robe description is actually, it's kind of like a purple. So it's not exactly the same scarlet that is, the same scarlet that is in Mark, but it's a different kind of purple. And I think the reason for that is because it's not speaking to the 144,000. If the 144,000 are those that are sealed to go through the trumpet judgments, they are the ones that will inherit the earth and repopulate the earth. They are Judah. They are Judah. If they were going to be kind of like a purple, it would be kind of like crim scarletish, not purplish. They would be more the color of Judah or the robe in Matthew, not like the color in Mark. And I think the reason for that is because this has already taken place. This is a historical account, and that's why we're seeing what we're seeing. And let's see, cover that. Now, I want to cover one quick thing with you. We're just about done here. There was, I want to do a real quick thing here on Luke 7, and it's verse 29 through 35. Somebody in our Discord, somebody had posted a video about somebody on YouTube explaining how baptism wasn't for today. It was useless. It had no use. There was no purpose in it, and we should just get rid of it altogether. So I wanted to read this section of Luke 29 because I think this will give some understanding about this. And all the people that heard him and the publicans justified God being baptized with the baptism of John. So why did they get baptized? They justified God. What does that mean? They rendered just. They justified to be righteous. Okay. But the Pharisees and the lawyers rejected the counsel of God. So obviously somewhere God counseled them to get baptized against themselves, being not baptized of him. And the Lord said, whereunto then shall I liken the men of this generation, and to what they are like? They are like unto children sitting in the marketplace and calling one to another and saying, we have piped unto you and you have not danced. We have mourned to you and you have not wept. For John the Baptist came neither eating bread nor drinking wine, and you say he hath a devil. The Son of Man is come eating and drinking, And you say, behold, a gluttonous man and a winebibber, a friend of publicans and sinners. But wisdom is justified, there's that word again, justified of all her children. So I'm not saying that baptism is required for salvation, but there is something here about justifying God by your outward display of alliance to him that brings wisdom. There's wisdom in this. I don't know what the repercussions are. I don't pretend to know, but I would ask you to meditate on these verses here and see if they speak to you. And I think that's all I have.
All right. We're not ending it, guys. We got another hour and a half to go. I'm just kidding. I don't know how long we got, but we got a little bit left. So, if y'all want to just go ahead and pause and come back 5 minutes, we're gonna continue, but you can go ahead and pause it and go do something for 5 minutes. But I guess what I'm gonna do real quick is I just wanted to talk about a couple more, piggybacking off Amish and what Charles was talking about earlier, and what I began with, the differences of the Gospels. And I'm going to point out, and a lot of people are like, well, you still, there's differences, but 14 years, that's a stretch. Well, no, there's a reason why. And at Ministry Field, he actually touched on a topic which was really good in Leviticus, and I'm going to retouch on that today. But I just want to show that the Jews have got to get knocked out of the land for 7 years. And I'm going to show you a bunch of scriptures that prove it. Why seals is for the church and why trumpets is for Matthew. But I'm going to knock this out really quick. But I'm going to share. Let me get this over here. And I'm just going to share my screen. One sec. Share. Let me do this. Screen one. All right. So, for starters, we're going to go to Romans. Romans, where you at? Romans 10. Well, this is just saying how Israel is going to be provoked by a Gentile nation that was not his original people, right? And it's going to tie into everything. But it says, "But I say, did not Israel know? First Moses saith, I will provoke you to jealousy by them that are no people, and by a foolish nation I will anger you." Okay, what does that mean? All right, we're going to go here. Grafted in. Gentiles grafted in. "I say, they have stumbled that should not, God forbid, but their salvation has come unto the Gentiles, for to provoke them to jealousy." So salvation came because Israel fell, right? Now you can say, oh, that happened a long time ago. Well, Lamentations, or Ecclesiastes 1:4 will tell you that there's nothing new under the sun, that what happened before is going to happen again. Well, God's going to provoke them to jealousy, right? And it's going to be by taking a Gentile bride first, and that's going to provoke them to jealousy because they're thinking right now the Messiah is coming, he's going to be with us, he's going to rescue, he's going to save the world. But that's why Jesus said, if you've only known what hour you're visiting, in the hour that word came to your visitation, right? He's saying if you'd only have not been blinded, because they're blinding in part, but they're about to be blinded in full, right? So I'm going to piggyback on this awesome story of Numbers, and this is going to talk about, this is, I believe in, and probably like you guys, every story in the Bible is a type and shadow of Jesus Christ, right? The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Every player in here, Daniel, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, the Son of Man, it's all a type and shadow of Jesus. So let's look at this story. Numbers 12, excuse me. Right, so this story is Miriam. This is Miriam and Aaron oppose Moses. Miriam, Jewish nation, right? Aaron, you could say the Jews. Aaron, Miriam, Jewish nation, Jews. Moses, Jesus Christ. Ethiopian woman, Gentile nation. Now, Moses and Aaron opposed Moses because he took a Gentile woman that he married, right? An Ethiopian woman. Wasn't a Jewish woman. This is a Gentile. And the Lord spoke suddenly unto Moses and unto Aaron and unto Miriam, Come out, ye three, unto the tabernacle of the congregation. And they came out. What did he say? And the cloud departed off them, the tabernacle. Behold, Miriam became leprous, white as snow. And Aaron looked upon Miriam, and behold, she was leprous. And they're freaking out. They're like, oh my goodness, what happened? So Moses, type of shadow of Jesus Christ, right? Say, please, bring her back, forgive her. And what does the Lord God say, the Father? He says, yep, but for 7 days I'll let her come back, but after 7 days of being ashamed. So this is saying for 7 years they're going to be ashamed, right? Another type of shadow, 7 days, 7 years. Why? Because of the Gentile bride that's being taken. This is the same story, and this is just letting you guys know that a Gentile bride is being taken out first to provoke them to jealousy. They're going to speak ill against it, and it's another type of shadow. They're going to get knocked out of the land for 7 years. I thought this was an awesome story. And after 7 years, right, she could come back in and come back to the land where she was brought in. Same thing's going to happen. After 7 years, Israel's going to be brought back into the land. And this goes for, I'm going to go to Leviticus real quick. And the reason why they're going to get knocked out is because they're haven't been following any of the laws. They fasted and mourned. They didn't even do it unto the Lord God, right? They've been in Jerusalem now for 52 years. Well, every 7th year is supposed to be a year of rest, right? Every 7 years, the last year is supposed to be a year of rest. The Shemitah years, and they haven't rested in it, right? So this verse right here, Leviticus 26:28, this is telling them because they haven't let their lands rest, that their lands are going to be as desolate as long as they have not let the lands rest. So it's been 7 years they haven't let the lands rest. So this is telling you they're going to be knocked out again for 7 years. It's another 7 years. So if it's 7 years they're knocked out of the land, they're not building a temple. People are like, oh, they're going to build a temple, or they'll build it in 3 years, 3.5 years. No, they're not building a temple for 7 years. And I'm going to go in and I'm going to prove it a little bit more. You have Zechariah 1:7. We'll go to Zechariah 1:7, right? And this is the indignation for the 70 years. How he was sore displeased and he furthered the affliction, right? This is when it's beginning. Tribulation's beginning. And after 7 years, right, it says, speak unto all the people of the land, saying, when you fast and mourn, those 70 years did you speak unto me, right? And he's saying, should not the words of the Lord had cried to the former prophets when Jerusalem was inhabited and in prosperity, right? When it was inhabited by the men of the plain, right? This is when, and then you go into 8, and then guess what? He's saying now this is the type and shadow of 7 years, right? Every man's going to be against himself for 7 years. And then come the 8th year, what happens? Thus saith the Lord, I am returned to Zion and will dwell in the midst of Jerusalem, right? In the mountain of the Lord of hosts, in the holy mountain. And what's he doing? He's saying, let your hands be strong, ye that hear in these days, for the word of the mouth of the prophets, which were in the day that the foundations of the Lord were laid. So the foundations of the Lord are being laid in seals, right? The foundations is seals worker, and this is what laid that the temple might be built. But before these days there was no man for hire or any beast. Why? Because he set in affliction every man against himself, right? Against his neighbor, right? There was nobody to work the land for 7 years. So obviously this still the same 7 years we're talking about, not till the beginning of trumpets, where they can build the temple. They still can't build this temple until the 8th year, where the Lord God is now returning. Jesus is now with them, protecting them, where they're going to build the temple for 3.5 years in troublous times. And I'm going to prove that in scripture. So we're going to go to Daniel real quick. Daniel. Oh my goodness, Daniel. There it is, Daniel 9. Right, so the 70 weeks, we touched on this a few times. 70 weeks, you 70. Now we know it's where he's counting from was Tishri 1, right? 70 years that have went by, and it's from whenever Israel became a nation again, 1949. But this is saying right here, for therefore know and understand from the going forth of the commandment to restore and rebuild Jerusalem, right? Unto Messiah the Prince. This isn't Satan. This is Messiah the Prince. Capital N, capital P. This is Jesus Christ. Shall be 7 weeks. So, right, there's going to be 7 years before it's built. This is that 7 years again. It's going to be built. So there's no building. Then it says, comma and. Anytime there's a comma and, it's the separation and addition. 62 weeks, 3.5 years, the street shall be built again, and the wall, right? Because we know the walls are being laid in trumpets after the foundations, even in troublous times, right? And then it says, after the 3.5 years shall Messiah be cut off, but not for himself. Because why? Because this is around the 10.5 year mark. What? Satan's tossed out at this point after 7 years of seals, after the 3.5 years to rebuild the temple under troublous times, right? And then everybody's like, well, 14 years, that's too long. If it wasn't cut short, there'll be they keep going back to, well, the time is cut short. Yes, because everybody assumes that what? Satan is going to rule for 3.5 years. Well, no, Satan doesn't rule for 3.5 years. Let me find it here. When he that shall speak great words against the Most High. Well, who speaks great words against the Most High? Satan. We know the false prophet, the Antichrist, speaks blasphemies against Jesus Christ. That's that type and shadow. He speaks ill against them. He doesn't claim that he's God. He speaks ill against Jesus Christ. Satan speaks words against the Most High. And he's only given a time, notice here, there's no comma, a time, a times, and the dividing a time. This is 2.5 years, because if there was another year, there would be no flesh left. And who is the final year? That's when Jesus comes back, the beginning of the 7th trumpet, feet down on the Mount of Olives, right, to fulfill that final year, the covenant for many, which will be completed in the final year, right? And he shall make he'll the oblation to cease from the overspreading abominations, right? So I just wanted to beat it home that there is 7 years Israel's got to be knocked out of the land. There can't be 3.5. It can't be rebuilt now. Scripture is clearly letting us know. And then I'm going to just give a couple more verses. For instance, everybody likes 2 Kings 8:1. Elisha spake, blah, 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 and the woman arose in the household. And it came to pass that the 7 years that the woman returned to the land of the Philistines, she went forth for the king. I don't think that was it, saying, man. Nope, I'm sorry. Jeremiah 34, excuse me, guys. 34:14. Okay. Here's some more proof right here. Thus, let me see if I got the right verse here. Jeremiah 34:14. Okay. Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, I have made a covenant with you and the fathers that I brought them forth from the land of Egypt out of the house of bondmen, saying, this is a type of shadow again. At the end of 7 years, he's saying to let every man go, right? This is kind of like the same thing, talking about the every 7th year, the Shemitah year. He's going in, they were supposed to fulfill a covenant, but they haven't. Right? They haven't made a covenant. They haven't kept it. This is what this story is telling them about. And then he's saying, I will give them into the hands of the enemies that seek them their life, and their dead bodies shall be for meat and the fowls of heaven and earth. Behold, I will command, saith the Lord, and cause them to return to the city, and they shall fight against it and take it with fire, and I will make the cities of Judah be desolate, without an inhabitant. We saw where it said again, without an inhabitant. It keeps telling you over and over that they're going to be knocked out of the land. Right, that it's going to be without an inhabitant. And we know that hasn't happened for 7 years yet, because they were knocked out before, but they were knocked out for almost 2,000 years. But now we're only talking about 7 years. And then the last one, and then I'll be done here. Just trying to beat some stuff home. This is mainly because there's a few commenters that I'm just trying to let them see, just to beat it home, give them something to chew on. Okay. This is talking about again, and they dwell in the cities that shall go forth, and they shall set fire. This is talking about, if you read this story in Ezekiel 39, right? Behold, it is come and is done, saith the Lord God. This is the day whereof I have spoken. The cities of Israel shall go forth and shall set on fire and burn the weapons, both the shields, the bucklers, the bows, the arrow, everything, and they shall burn them with fires for 7 years, right? So they shall take no wood out of the field, neither cut down out any forest. So they shall burn their weapons with fire, right? Those that have spoiled them and robbed them, saith the Lord God. They're going to be burning weapons for 7 years. So why would they be doing this, right? Because they're knocked out of the land again. You know, it's until the Lord God's going to come back and bring them in, and that's the Gog and Magog story that you're going to hear about, right? But that's not until trumpet time. But that's all I got. Amish is gone. Charles, you're there. Okay, that's all I have. And Charles, I believe you still have a couple things left to finish.
Well, while I was getting knocked off the computer several times,
Yeah.
couldn't get back on and my screen was freezing, I decided to go back and and make a spreadsheet based on what I was teaching, so that way I can maybe just do a quick 5-minute summary of where I got bumped off and the whole fish story and all that. So I made a chart, an easy to read chart. I'll just share that with everybody, and we're going to attach it to our spreadsheet so that you'll have one spreadsheet dedicated to the fish stories that I was teaching, and it's a real quick reference guide as to what's happening in each story, who's talking to who, and what's happening. So I'll just quickly share that right now, and that way it'll be easier in case I lost somebody earlier as to what's going on. So I made this, believe it or not, I made this while I was being bumped off the computer and I couldn't get back on, and then Amish was teaching. I kept trying to get this right so we could have a quick reference guide for everybody as to what I was trying to teach. And so here it is. Here's everything that I was trying to teach during that fish story. I'm going to just go through it real quick, 5-minute, real briefly. So in Luke, we have the story of the 5,000 that gets fed. And that story is going to take place. It's going to play out on September 11th, 2020. And it's the escape of the bride. The bride escapes. And it's the story is being told from the perspective of those who were escaped. Okay. And where did Jesus take them to? He took them to Bethsaida, which is the house of the fishermen. So then what happens? Well, on that same date, September 11th, there's going to be those that are left behind, the left behind church right here. And that's the story that Mark talks about, because it's going to be Mark's time now. We're in the time of what? The 7 seals begin. The 7 years of the 7. It's from the perspective of those who were left behind. They were left behind. Is my computer going out on me again? Can you hear me, Mike?
My bad. I went and let my dog inside. Sorry.
You froze up there for a second, Charles. You're fine now.
The whole time I was making this, my screen wasn't freezing, but now that I'm back on, my screen's freezing again. So it's just, I think the devil does not want us to make this video today. It's crazy. All right. So again, on the same date after the bride escapes, the Mark's group who saw us escape, those that are left behind, that's the story of the 5,000 in Mark's group here. Because now, immediately, the 7 seals are going to begin. And it's going to be 7 years of 7 seals. So these people watched us escape, and now they're left behind. And this is in 2020, same day, September 11th, 2020. Then what happens? There's going to be 7 years of seals. And we're going to come down now for 7 more years are going to go by. And in 2027, that's going to be the story in Mark of where Jesus feeds the 4,000. And this story is the rapture. Those who make it through the 7 years of seal, those that were left behind, they now get raptured. Okay? And where did Jesus take them to? Dalmanutha, the shepherd's way. Because over here, what did he say? He said he felt sorry for them because they didn't have a shepherd. Now, 7 years later, when the 7 years of seals are over, whoever's come to Christ and given themselves to Christ, maybe even died for Christ, they get raptured. And he takes them the shepherd's way, Dalmanutha. Then what happens? The same time frame, the exact same time frame, 2027, it's Matthew's story of the 5,000 fish. Okay? And why is the same time? Because these are those who didn't get raptured. They were not raptured during this rapture in Mark's time. They got left behind now from the rapture. And this is the story in Matthew of the 5,000. And these people witnessed. They are the witnesses to the rapture. Okay? And then so what happens now? This group's been left behind. They've witnessed the rapture, and they're going to go through what? 7 years of trumpets. The 7 years of trumpets begin. Okay? And they're going to go through their timeline right here, 7 years. It's going to be towards the end of 2033, probably again like Tishri 1, like we're in now. And it's the story where Jesus feeds the 4,000. And who's this group? Well, this is the time after the trumpets, 7 years of trumpets have ended. Okay? And these are those who come to Christ after all the tribulation. They've been through the 7 years of seals. They didn't get raptured. Now they've been through the 7 years of trumpets. And what happens in the 7th year of trumpet in 2033? Christ returns to earth. Jesus Christ returns to the earth. The second coming of Jesus Christ occurs here. And where does this group go? He takes them to Magdala, which is the Tower of Fishes. And it's the Tower of Fishes because he's dealing with Judah. This is Judah's time. That's
Hey, Charles.
Yes.
Can I add one point onto that? And I forgot to go over this in my outline. I teased it about the seashore fish fry. If you let me share for a second, I'll show you what I'm talking about. If you recall, you remember in John, we were talking about how John didn't have a feeding of the 4,000, and the feeding of the 5,000 was at Passover, and we were like, well, why isn't? And we explained that that's because this is the historical account, and so on and so forth. But even though John does not have a feeding of the 4,000, it does have something better. And what John has is in chapter 21 is the story of them seeing him. So this is after the resurrection. The disciples Peter decides to go fishing, and all the disciples decide to go with them. And I'll just read it since I can't share. They decide to go.
You want me to share the screen?
Yeah, let me show Esword here, because this event is occurring right at the time that you're talking about, where you have Matthew's talking about the feeding of the 4,000. At the end, Jesus says, and he comes again, right? And so this is so John chapter 21, verse 1. And these things, after these things, Jesus showed himself again. What's the again? It's the third time that we saw in 2 Corinthians chapter 12. They were together, Simon, Peter, and Thomas. They called, and Peter said unto them, I go fishing. They said, okay, well, we'll go with you. And so they're out there, and he said, hey, have you got any meat? And they said, no. In other words, meat is fishes. Have you caught any fish? He says, no. And some of you will remember this in Luke, when this happened, when Jesus first called Peter, and he threw his nets over the boat, and they had to bring another boat in to help. But that is not the verse that has the 153 fish. That is a multitude of fish. It's actually in John where Jesus sees them on the shore, and he tells them to throw their nets over, and they pull in a multitude, and then they perceive that it is Yahushua on the shore. And so he tells them to bring the fish which they have now caught. And he tells them, and there was 153 fish. And he says, come in, dine. So he's already got fish. He's cooking up on this is why I call it the seashore fish fry. And so there's no loaves, there's just fish. And there's 153 fish. And this is at the end of trumpets. And then, so it's just, I wanted to point that out because John has no feeding of the 4,000. It does have the 153 fish, and there's no loaves. It's all fish. Thanks.
Well, okay, let me share that back again, and I'll show you what Amish is talking about. Wait a minute. I screwed that up. Let's see. Can you guys see that?
Yep.
Yeah, what Amish
Yep,
is
we can
talking
see.
about is we have Luke, Mark, and Matthew, but there is a fish story in John. And, maybe I'll add that to this later. But like I said, I made this during the time that Amish was speaking, and I was trying my best to put it together, but my computer kept crashing. So we'll probably add John a little bit later. But what Amish is talking about is in the story of John, it only has the feeding of 5,000, not the 4,000. And it's kind of the same thing in Luke. There is no story of 4,000. And that's because the chart flows this way. You'll see the arrows, how they point, And so getting back to John, the important thing about the story of John is two things. One, Christ doesn't take anybody anywhere. Like in Luke, he takes them to Bethsaida, right? House of the fishermen. And in Mark's time, where does he take them to? He takes them to Dalmanutha, the shepherd's way, right here. And at the end of Matthew's time, he takes them to the Tower of Fishes. When you go to the story in John, nobody's taken anywhere. And the point that Amish is trying to make is that is because that story was when Christ was here. It was the actual events that happened when Christ was here. Nobody went with him. He went to the cross. There was no bride, there was no escape, there was no rapture. It was Christ himself who got ascended into heaven. And that's why there are no other people going with him. So I believe Amish is correct in that teaching, what he's saying. And the second thing that I was going to say is what's interesting is all three of these stories, we can absolutely prove, like we did through this video, that they all occur right at about Tishri 1, and then which is the first of the year, the new year, and it goes through Tabernacles, which is coming up. So we know this is the season of these stories of Luke, Mark, and Matthew. When you go to John, they made it very clear 2 times that it's Passover. One, they came right out and said it's the time of Passover. Well, it's about making the barley loaves. The only way they could have been making barley loaves is because that's the spring harvest. That's the time of the harvesting of barley. And so they made barley loaves. Nowhere in Luke's time, Mark, or Matthew, they only talk about the loaves. They don't tell you it's barley. So we know for a fact that the story in John is a completely different time than these stories are happening. The story in John's happening at Passover because they tell us, and also because they make the barley loaves. And that's the only time they're making barley loaves is during the barley harvest. So I believe Amish's teaching on that is absolutely spot on and correct. Is there anything you guys want to add to this now? I think we kind of pretty much tied this up as far as the fish stories. But I just want this is now attached to this spreadsheet, so you guys can pull it up. I have the tab down here at the bottom. It says fish stories. You can pull it up, read through it, and then read through the Gospels yourselves and put it together. But this is the flow chart of how it actually plays out. Anything you guys want to add to that, Mike, Amish? You're pretty much done with that.
With no offense to loaves, it's actually fish and loaves, but we're just calling it the fish story. We don't have anything against, we're not keto friendly, so it's but there are loaves involved that may have gluten in them.
Well, and I don't know what else to call it besides the fish stories. And the big part of this lesson is to understand that what we're pointing out is the time of Luke, Mark, and Matthew is happening as Luke is going to play out now in September, the time of Tishri, the time of Tabernacles. We're in that time frame. And that's how we're able to point out and prove by the stories themselves where they're fitting. The stories being told in the time of Tishri 1, the new year, going into Tabernacles. In each story, it shows that and it proves it. So that was the bigger part of this lesson to understand, is that by the scripture itself, we're proving that the escape will in fact happen during this time of Tishri 1, the new year, and before Tabernacles. And we've shown that. So not to belabor this any longer, but are we done with this, guys? You want to add anything more to it, or should we move on to our next topic, or What would
I
you
think
guys
we
like to
move
do?
on.
Yep.
And what's our next topic now? What do you want? What do you guys want to do?
Was it Noah? Your updated Noah story, or
Yeah, you were going to show us
Oh,
your
you're gonna
new
keep
fancy
on
Noah
longer?
chart.
Okay. Huh. All right, let's move on to another chart then. I'll just get right into it. I don't have any notes. I'm going to just go off the hip and do this. And I made this recently. Last night, in fact, I was up till like 2, 3 in the morning making this. And what it is, it's a chart of what the story of Noah shows us to be when you lay it out. And I did this for a couple of reasons. Some people were saying they couldn't follow the last teaching. A lot of people understood it, and so I went back and said, okay, well, when we look at our original calendar, let me kind of pull that up a little bit. This thing's getting in the way. That box with our pictures on it, it keeps getting in my way. I can't teach this properly. Let me go back to our original chart to show what we're talking about. When you go here, we laid the Noah story out on our original calendar, and a lot of it's in these blue boxes and red lines and everything. And we laid the Noah story out on this calendar that we made. And so to unconfuse those that might have been confused by it, I took the Noah story by itself, and I laid it on its by itself without any other clutter, without any other stories. This is the complete Noah story from the beginning of Genesis 7 all the way through the end of Genesis 8. And I laid it out on its own timeline here according to only the Enoch calendar. And I want to stress that because like we taught in the last lesson, the only way anybody in world history could possibly understand the Noah story is you have to lay it out on the Enoch calendar. When Noah was on the boat, the ark, he didn't have a Gregorian calendar. He didn't have a Julian calendar. He didn't have a Hebrew calendar. None of that was invented. All Noah had was his great-grandfather's calendar, which was the Enoch calendar. So in our last video, I showed when we laid out all the dates and times and number of days that Noah mentions in his story, and you lay them out on the Enoch calendar, they fall exactly on the days they're supposed to fall, without a glitch, without fudging anything, without any delays, not adding an extra day or short one day. It lays out. And so what I did was I took this off of our main calendar that we had, and I laid it out as its story by itself so everyone can follow it. And I'm not going to go into any really great details. I just want to point out how to use this so that when you're at home, you can understand how to use it properly. So very simple. When you go to Genesis 7:11, what does it say? Okay, it says, and the flood. So we'll just do that real quick. We'll do a couple just to show how it lays out. We'll go to 7:11 real quick. Genesis 7:11. So 7:11. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, the 17th day of the month. So we have second month, 17th day of the month. And remember, we're putting this on the Noah calendar. So here it is. I'm sorry, on the Enoch calendar. Here's the second day. Second month, 17th day. And that's day 1 of the flood. Day 1. So let me just preface this first. On the Enoch calendar, the first day on the Enoch calendar this year in 2020 is April 23rd. So this is considered kind of like the Enoch New Year. Day 1 is April 23rd. But when does the flood begin? The flood doesn't begin on day 1, April 23rd. It tells us the flood begins in the second month, 17th day, which is the evening of June 7th going into the 8th. So that's the first day of the flood. But how many days is it from the beginning of the year? Well, the year began on April 23rd, and this is June 7th going into June 8th. It's now 47 days from the beginning of the new year. Okay? That's when the flood begins. So when we go on and we move on to the next verses, the reason I have Jeremiah here and not Genesis is because it's in Jeremiah where he tells us, you see, you got to understand how the story plays out. When Daniel told us in Daniel 9 We'll kind of go through that real quick. I know we've done this before, but we'll just do it real quick right now for everyone's sake who hasn't seen this. We'll go to Daniel 9. What does Daniel 9 tell us? He says, I, Daniel, understood by the books the number of years whereof the word of the Lord came to Jeremiah, that he would accomplish 70 years in the desolations of Jerusalem. So how many books are in Jeremiah? 52. So he's telling us by the books the number of years. So there's 52 books, so there's 52 years. And he's talking about Jerusalem. When did Jerusalem come back to Israel? 1967. When you complete 52 years, it brings you to June 7th, 2020, this time that we're in right now. And he's telling us it's going to be the 52 books. So when we go there, let's look at our calendar real quick. What happens? It ends literally on the day the flood begins. Jerusalem completed 52 years. Is that not shocking? Noah literally is telling us on the same day that Jerusalem completes 52 years, the flood begins. The flood begins exactly on the day and the year, because he told us 52 years. 52 years brings us to June 7th, 2020. And he's telling us the flood begins in the second month, 17th day, which is June 7th. That's when the flood begins. He's telling us. And it's the 47th day of the start of the Enoch year, but the first day of the flood, right? First day that he started the flood. So when you go to the 52nd book that he told us to go to, it gives us the next date, the 4th month, 9th day. 4th month, 9th day. It's the 100th day on the Enoch calendar. What does it say in verse 7:12? What's the next thing in order that we should be looking for on that time frame? Genesis 7:12. And the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. Remember what I talked about in the last teaching that we had? It was on the earth 40 days and 40 nights. When you go down 40 days, from the 100th day to the 40th day and the 40th night, that's the critical thing. Because the 40th night brings us to what? The 41st day. And the 41st day is what? The evening of the escape, September 11th. He's telling us to watch for the evening of September 11th when the escape is about to occur. And you see my little dance over here for the people that are about to escape or are going to escape. And they're celebrating over here. The bride escaped on the 7th day of the wedding. Remember the chart we just showed? When is the escape? Right here. So this is the time we're talking about. This is the wedding. And then there's 7 days of the wedding. And then on the 8th day, Christ should be here. And it plays out exactly when you go to this calendar, it plays out. And you'll see it playing out. So we'll show it right now. So what happens in verse 7:13? Let's go to verse 7:13. In the selfsame day entered Noah and Shem and Ham into the ark. They entered the ark. Isn't that what we just showed on the calendar, this main calendar? They're on the ark. It's now the 7 days. How long did Christ shut them in? How long did God shut them in? I'm sorry, 7 days. It's the 7-day wedding. And that's what's happening here. From day 1 to 7 days of the wedding, right here. And that's what this verse is telling us. And when you go to 7:16, what does it say in 7:16? The Lord shut them in. We've been shut in the ark for 7 days. 7 days we're on the ark now and we're shut in. And I have here, of course, the wedding sign, the symbols of the rings and us. And Jesus is the captain of the ship. So that's kind of a representation of Jesus, captain of the ship on our wedding day, just so you guys understand why I put that there. And so what happens in verse 7:24? What's 7:24? Watch this. Wrong thing. Okay, 7:24 is what? And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. And isn't that what we're showing here? On the 150th day, the waters are still upon the earth, but what is this 150th day? The 150th day is what Amish has been talking about. It's Tishri 1. Tishri 1 is the beginning, it's the new year. See, it's Genesis, it's gonna end chapter 7, and it's gonna begin chapter 8. It's the new year. It's the Hebrew New Year 5781. And he's telling us it's the 150th day. It's completely in order, exactly to the way these chapters are telling us it's supposed to be. And he's telling us in this chapter, it's now the 150th day. Isn't this the 150th day from day one? Here's day one. It came out to exactly the 150th day. We didn't make that up. We didn't fudge it. That's exactly where it is. And who's here on the 150th day? Who's here on that day? Christ is on earth during this time. This is day one. When you get back to our calendar, right here, the 150th day, it's Christ's first day on earth. He's back. He's returned to earth now. He's here for his 40 days. Remember we taught this last time? He's going to be here for 40 days. Then the raven and then the dove gets released on this 150th day. Well, that's what I put on this Noah chart. So how does this play out? So now remember, this is the important part now. So once you pass this Hebrew New Year on September 19th, now the chapter 8 begins for Noah. In Genesis, it's chapter 8 now. This is where all historians throughout all this time have made the mistakes. They think that the Noah story was jumbled up and this verse means that, and you got to go back over here. It's not, it's in order. What they didn't realize was this Hebrew New Year is what separates chapter 7 and chapter 8. And that's found here in verse 8:13. Let's go to 8:13 real quick. He tells us, and it came to pass in the 601st year, in the first month, the first day of the month. He's saying it's the 601st year. Everyone kept thinking this is a whole nother year later. It's not a whole nother year later. This is Tishri 1. First month, first day of the month. That's Tishri 1. We'll show you. We'll go back to our.
By the way, Charles, that was that revealed G601 was that reference to the 601st year.
And we'll get to, yeah, okay. Keep that in mind in case I forget it, but I'm going to get to that in 1 second, I hope. Yeah, I'll show you what Amish is talking about. So that
went through it when you were logged off.
The new year. Sorry?
We already went through it when you were logged off.
Okay. So this is Tishri 1. This is what Noah's talking about. First day of the first month. How many days is that? It's the 150th day of the year on the Enoch calendar. It's not 1 year later. All historians think it's 1 year later. It's not. You got to place this on the Enoch calendar to figure out where you're at. It's only the 150th day from the beginning of the Enoch calendar. But he's telling us it's the new year now, the Hebrew New Year, Tishri 1. And what happens on this day? It says, in the first month and the first day, the waters were dried off from the earth, and Noah removed the covering of the ark. Who's the ark? Jesus Christ. His covering is removed, and he's here day one back on the earth. His covering's been removed. The ark is the story of resemblance or a type and shadow of Jesus Christ, and the covering of the ark is removed. The covering of Jesus is removed, and he shows himself back on the earth on the first day, Tishri 1, on the new year. And that's what we have playing out here in the Noah story. It's exactly what you're seeing playing out right here. Okay, so remember in the last teaching, these first few verses in Genesis 8, it's giving you the big picture of chapter 8. It's giving you the broad overview. It's not until you get to verse 8:6, now it gives you the specifics. For example, 8:3 is telling you about the coming day of the 150th day. Well, the next 150th day doesn't happen until way down over here on November the 4th, and we'll get to that in a second. And then this one talks about the 153rd day. Well, that doesn't occur until down over here on November 7th. So we know these verses right here is just a general overview, big picture of the story, okay? So now let's get into the specifics. On 8, in verse 8:6, what does it say? Let's go to 8:6 real quick. 8:6, move up, and it tells us, And it came to pass at the end of 40 days, Noah opened the window of the ark. After 40 days, well, isn't that what this is? If this is day one of the new year, do you see what's going on? This is day one now of the new year on September 19th, the Hebrew New Year, day one, 40 days later. Exactly what it tells us in verse 8:6. It's now 40 days over, and Noah opens the what? The window of the ark. The window is now open. So let's follow the rest of the story. Let's go to 8:7. In 8:7, it says, and he sent forth a raven that went to and fro. He sends forth the raven on the same 40th day. That's why I put the 40 here again. It's the same day. You see, October 28th, it's the same day. Verse 8:7, he sent what? Forth the raven. That's why I got the raven sign here. You see, you can almost tell this story by the pictures. Okay? And what does the raven represent? The Antichrist spirit is released upon the earth. That's why he's releasing the raven. Well, let's follow the story in order again. Let's go to 8:8. What happens in 8:8? And he also sent forth the dove. And he sent forth the dove. So let's look at that now. Here it is, verse 8:8, which is the 150th day, which is 7 days later. He sends forth the dove. The dove is released right here on day 47. And that's why I have the picture here of the dove. Now, here's something that I found only last night, and it even shocked me. And Amish got on very late last night, about 4 o'clock in the morning his time. It was 2 o'clock in the morning my time. When I found that this was 47 days from day one of the new year, doesn't that sound familiar? What happened the first 47 days? Remember this? And I said, wait a minute, there's a connection here. When you start from day one, from the Enoch New Year, day one, Enoch New Year, 47 days later, June 7th, when Jerusalem completed 52 years, this is on the 47th day, that begins the flood story. Look at what I'm saying. 47th day, the flood begins. What happens down here? From day one of the Hebrew New Year, 47 days later, the flood's over. The raven and the dove have been released. Jesus Christ was here for 40 days already. 7 days later, the dove is released. It's a mirror image of each other. The first 47 days from the Enoch calendar, the flood begins. 47 days later, after the Hebrew New Year, starts up here, 47 days later, the flood ends. Like I told Amish yesterday when we were talking late last night in the morning, it's a mathematical certainty. I'm absolutely convinced it's a mathematical certainty. The escape will happen on September 11th, 2020. This is a mirror image. The flood begins on the 47th day, and then the flood's going to end on the end of the other 47th day, starting from the Hebrew New Year, Tishri 1. This is why we've been doing this video on Tishri 1 all day today. It's significant. And the rest of the story plays itself out. When you go to verse 8, the reason 8:4 is down here, because remember, it was part of the big picture. When you go to 8:4, what does he say? Why is it back down here again? I'll show you why it's back down there again. Let's go to verse 8:4. Because he has it in order. He says the ark rested on the 7th month, 17th day. The ark rested 7th month, 17th day. So if you continue the story, well, the 7th month, 17th day is down here. It's not up here. It's here. So this is why in the big picture up here in 8:4, he's telling you that it's the 7th month, 17th day down here. And what happens down here? The ark rested. The ark is resting. That's why I get this picture of the ark. It's resting. Okay, and the ark is resting here. When does the ark rest? It's now the 50th day. This is now the 50th day. The ark has come to a rest. And I'm going to show you the connections between the 50 days and the 150 and all that. Let's just play the rest of the story out. And now we go to 8:13. This is why it's confused all historians, because verse 8:13 is here, but we did put it up here. Remember why? Because in verse 8:13, he tells us that it's the 601st year and the first month, first day. Well, we know the first month and first day is right up here. The story, he's kind of reflecting back in the story. It's as if you were telling a story about your childhood and you're reflecting back. Oh, on my birthday 20 years ago, here's what happened. In this part of the story, when he gets to verse 8:13, that's what he's doing. He's reflecting back and he's telling you about this new year that began over here on September the 19th. He's reflecting back in the story. That's all he's telling. And this is why it's confused historians all these years. But let's move on. So when you go into 8:5, remember 8:5 is up here, but the date doesn't fall until down here because now it's the 10th month. Doesn't the 10th month come after the 7th month? That's why he put it up here, because it's a big overview of the story. He's just giving you the overview, but now it plays out down here. 10th month, first day. What happens? The tops of the mountains were seen. You see, the ark came to rest on the 7th month, 17th day. Then in the 10th month, first day, the waters decreased and the tops of the mountains were seen. But it's only the 75th day from the Hebrew year. Okay. What does he say in 8:14? Here's the clincher. Here's where it all gets tied together now. Watch this. 8:14, and in the second month, on the 7th and 20th day of the month, was the earth dried. What's he talking about? Second month, 7. Oh, the calendars come full circle now. Remember, it started off up here. Second month, 17th day was June 7th in 2020. What's happening down here? We went from the 7th month, 10th month, then it's going to be the 11th month, 12th month, first month. Now it's the second month again. It's 1 year. This is exactly June 7th, 2021, exactly 364 days from when the flood began on June 7th, 2020. It's 300. You see how the days are going in order? Watch. Day 1, 54, 94, 96, 103, 104, 104, because that's the new year. Then what? 143, 150, 228, 364. It's been exactly 1 year since the flood began. It's come full circle now. And what's happened in that year? It says the earth was dried and the ark came to rest. That's why we're here. It's a 1 year cycle. However, like we said before, what's happening is the flood begins 47 days after the Enoch calendar new year. It's for the 47th day in Enoch calendar, the flood begins, but it's going to be the 47th day when? After the new year, after September 19th, 47 days later, the flood's over with. By the 50th day, Christ is gone, the ark is rested, and it's been 50 days. Why is all that important? Let's take another bigger overview of the whole picture now. What's happening here? The 364 days, let's take them one at a time. 364 days began when? Right here, June 7th. And it ends when? Right here, June 7th, the very next year. Now, the 50 days. Let's go into the 50 days. The first 150 days is when? From day 1 on the Enoch calendar, when the Enoch New Year's is, it's 150 days until the new year. This is the 150 days all historians have been looking for. From day 1 on the Enoch calendar, it's exactly 150 days to the Hebrew New Year. And what's the 50 days that we've all been looking for? We've all been looking for these 50 days when Christ should then appear on earth. When is it? It begins here, 9th day of the 4th month, just like Jeremiah 52 tells us. Jeremiah 52 is the marker for Noah. When you count from that 100th day right through to our escape, when Christ should appear on earth, that's the first 50 days. This is our tribulation time. This is the bride's tribulation time. Then what happens? Right down here, what's going on? Christ will be here for 40 days. Starting when? on the Hebrew New Year. Day 1, Hebrew New Year, is the first day. Christ is now here 40 days. This is the 40 days right here. Christ, I got the captain, showing that he's Christ. He's the captain of the ship. This is Christ's 40 days. And then the ravens released on the 40th day. Then 7 days for the dove, and 3 days later the ark rests. What is this? 40 and 7 and 3. This is 50 days. We have been looking for these 50 days. Almost all people who teach end time scripture have been looking for that other set of 50 days. Here it is. And it's laid out in the Noah story. Not one of these dates came from me or anyone else. Here's the dates. Here's the time frames. You guys can go to scripture and look it up. This is the 50 days. Christ is here 40 days. The raven's released. The dove is released. By the 50th day, the whole thing's over with. There's 250 days in Noah. Where's the other 150 days? I'll show you where the other 150 days have been hiding this whole time. Remember how we started this 150-day count from the beginning of the Enoch calendar to our escape day, 150 days, right? Now where's the other 150? It starts from day 1 of the flood. When the flood begins in Genesis 7:11, where does it end at? Right here. Right where the 47th day is now over with and the dove is released. It's the 150th day. Remember we started counting these dates from here? From day 1 of the flood, and 54 and 94 and 96 and 104. When you go through all of these chapters in the Noah story, the 150th day is right when the dove is released. Okay, so this is now attached to the calendar. It's one of the tabs on the bottom. It's called Noah, and we're going to issue this so you guys can have a copy, and we'll release it on Discord, and we'll put it in the video so you guys can have a link to it. So now you'll easily have access. This is a quick reference guide to the story and the teaching of Noah. Is there anything I forgot, guys? If I have, let me know, and we'll get right back to it.
Hey, Charles, if you unshare there for a second, I just want to show something real quick. Somebody on I think it was Daughter of the King, actually shared this. Now, this is 7 days early, but it's reflective of the 40-day count that you were just showing. 40 days from September 11th is October 21st. And it is National Reptile Awareness Day. Now, it's 7 days early. Our 40 days ends on October 28th. But 1 week early, they're telling us to be aware of reptiles. I just wanted to share that.
That's pretty funny.
That is pretty funny.
Well, after we escape, there's going to be all kinds of reptiles all over the place.
Oh, well, anything else?
And that's really all I had, unless we're going to wrap things up or unless we forgot something and we need to go back to it.
No, I think we got like 2 minutes and we hit 4 hours, so I guess, we'll wait. What I'll do is, and if you guys like this graph, oh, they can't see. Let me move it over here. If you guys want this, what I did is I put all the Gospels laid out and their chapters, right, where they're at. And already got some differences in there. What you would do is you would just highlight over it, and it just puts quick references, right, what the difference is between each one. If you guys want that, just let me know, and I'll make it available for you guys too. I just got to add some more stuff to it.
Hey, and I'll throw the sheet that has that count of the 5th and 7th month, so it's all in the same spreadsheet that Charles is going to upload. And if anybody wants us to make this any longer, I do have a copy of War and Peace here. I could start reading it.
Right, yes. Well, if that's it, then thank you guys for the 4. Well, we got a minute. We got to wait. We got to do it. We got to break 4 hours.
We'll do the whole 4 hours?
Yep, we got to do the 4 hours. See if anybody has questions. Y'all have any questions? Let's do that. Let's open it up for Q&A.
Hey, since we have a minute to pass here, I just want to ask the folks on the Discord server to pray for all three of us, because we've really been under attack today, trying to get this information out. You have no idea. The enemy did not want this information out today.
Yeah.
Yeah, my
Appreciate it.
computer's been crashing the whole time we've been on here, so I don't know how this video came out or how it looks, but we'll find out, won't we?
Yeah. What's the bride's tribulation? What we're in right now, these 40 days. That's the 40-day window from the, what was it, the 9th of Av to September 11th. That's our tribulation.
It's what the
Yeah,
whole world's going through right now.
Yeah.
The whole, there's all this COVID and countries fighting each other and chaos in the streets and riots and fires. And then the bride, like us, we're in other ministries, we're trying to find Christ, and certain days are passing, and we think it's other days, and so all this tribulation that we're going through, this is our tribulation. This is our tribulation time.
Yeah, this
And
explains why the waters are rising. So it's, for us, it's no different than what Noah went through. When the rain started and the waters were rising, they were still in the ark. It didn't affect them, and we're in Christ. So, but the waters are rising, and I don't think anybody would argue that the violence is increasing, and the regulation and the tyranny and everything else. We're seeing the waters rise.
That's right. That's right. That's a good way of explaining it.
Yep.
And if this is the worst the bride has to go through, then we're blessed. Because what's coming during the 7 years of seals and 7 years of trumpets, if you make it that far, it's unimaginable what's coming after the escape.
Yep.
So we're over 4 hours
We're
now?
over 4 hours. All right, guys. Well, I don't see any other questions. So thank you, guys. God bless you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Hopefully, y'all don't have extra gray hairs now for this long video, but we thank you guys for coming. God bless. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Amish.
God bless. Thanks, Mike. Thanks,
Thanks,
Amish.
everybody.
God bless you guys.
All right.
Thanks, everyone.
God bless you guys.